We'll begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for October 15, 2024. I'd like to start off by moving that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of approving executive session minutes and discussing strategy related to considering the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, specifically the Walnut High Apartments property located at 22 High Street and 4-42 Walnut Street. The chair hereby declares that discussion of this matter must be held in executive session to avoid compromising the negotiating position of the town. All in favor of going into executive session, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. We will return to open session after our executive session meeting. Thank you.
We're coming back in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, this is the regular meeting of the Select Board for October 15, 2024. Let's start off with any comments or updates from the Select Board. John, or you just.
No, that was, sorry. I'll try to break that habit.
Okay, no one went, Chess.
One quick update, an administrative update, which is we had said that we were going to discuss the availability, provide additional information about the availability of a cannabis retail license that we believe had become available as the result of the termination of operations of one of the retailers in town. We are still working through that process. We haven't done this in a while, and this will be the first time doing it if we go forward under the new equity policy. So we are still trying to figure out some of the details of that. In the interim, the website has been updated. The cannabis policy website has been updated. And I want to thank Tiffany Oliva for masterminding that. Has done great work, and Rochelle Morrison in the licensing team for making that happen. Last meeting, which is the 29th of October, or the subsequent meeting, the first week of November. So thank you for your patience. Again, there's no further information at this time, but please check the website for updated materials, and we will get back to you about the potential availability of a license at that time, hopefully.
Great, thank you. Paul?
Yep, thank you, Bernard. I just wanted to mention that this past week we had the kickoff to the comprehensive plan and the 2 workshops. They were well attended, standing room only at the high school, and then, well, whatever standing room only is at a virtual workshop. It was very informative, very engaging. And I just wanted to remind the community that there is a survey that's available. And if you weren't able to attend the workshops, or you want to provide additional feedback, that survey is running and available until October 20th. We may extend that, but right now it's planned for a close on October 20th. And you can go to brooklinecomplan.com to get a link to that survey. So we need many people to provide input into the comprehensive plan to help set the future of what Brookline looks. Thank you.
Great, David?
Yes, I'd just like to mention that yesterday the town observed Indigenous Peoples Day, and at least 3 of us on the select board were there, along with many other community leaders and residents. It was a very educational experience, and also there was food available and a lot of the usual merriment when we have town gatherings. So I hope that many in the community braved the somewhat rainy weather and made an appearance.
Now I
Yeah.
do have something. Okay.
Always helping you.
Yeah, I know. So just to mention a few things that are coming up later this week, and as often is the case, sometimes you just got to choose between, which of the really important meetings you're going to go to. And that is the situation, in fact, this Thursday. So there's a very important meeting. And I say that because a lot of people have been contacting me about this. Very important meeting as part of the Washington Street, what they call the Complete Streets Design Review process. And that's going to be at 6 o'clock this coming Thursday. Also this coming Thursday, there is the League of Women Voters is going to do what sounds to me to be a really valuable presentation by Planning Department's Polly Selko. Sort of going down to the level of basics here, everything you always wanted to know about zoning. Oh my goodness. Halloween has arrived early. Everything you always wanted to know about zoning, but were afraid to ask. So that's Polly Selko from the Planning Department making a presentation sponsored by the League of Women Voters and the Town Meeting Members Association. I would recommend to people that they Google search Brookline League of Women Voters because there is a registration link. There is a request that people register for that particular event on Thursday.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's go to public comment. Tiffany, can you lay out the rules?
Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Once 15 minutes has been met, there is an opportunity at the conclusion of the Select Board's business for additional comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. The first individual who we had sign up in advance is John Bowman, who's online. John, I'm promoting you now. You should be able to start your video and begin your 3 minutes.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is John Bowman. I've lived in Brookline since 1992, when I moved here with my young family so I could pursue an advanced degree in transportation systems at MIT. I'm a former chair of the Bicycle Advisory Committee, a current Precinct 10 town meeting member, and one of many seniors for whom installing protected bike lanes on Washington Street is important. As of October 11th, nearly 1,200 people had signed a petition advocating for protected bike lanes on both sides of Washington Street between Beacon and Route 9. The vast majority cited concerns for safety as a major reason, often coupling safety with one or more additional reasons. Today, I want to give voice to families with young children who signed the petition. Here are words of 6 parents giving the reasons they said protected lanes are important. 1, my 8-year-old wants to ride everywhere, but it is simply not safe for her to ride in paint-only bike lanes. 2, my family lives on Washington Street and regularly bikes around town, commuting to work and riding a cargo e-bike with the kids. Separated protected bike lanes will make this travel much safer and will also allow more freedom for my kids as they start to bike around town themselves. 3, I'd like my kids and all other neighborhood children to be able to safely bike along Washington Street, which is only possible with protected bike lanes. 4, my son goes to Driscoll in Washington Square. More students, including my son, are riding to school and need protected lanes. 5, we bike with our children via cargo bike and their own bikes daily. We bike for transportation to school, parks, and activities, as well as for recreation and a form of exercise. Please make these roads safer. We've seen more and more families start commuting by bike, and safer streets will help make people feel comfortable enough to choose this as a mode of transportation and drive less overall. And 6, my family of 4 regularly commutes around Brookline by bike, and we need more protection from 2-ton vehicles that can either
You have 30 seconds.
and force us to enter the traffic lane or just swerve over into the bike lane and hit us. We need better protection. Thanks again for allowing me to speak. Please listen to these voices and take them seriously.
Thank you. The next speaker is Zariana.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zariana Mahamadi Katakashin Jones, but I mostly go by Zaria. And while I wear many hats in our community, tonight I am here as a private citizen to share some exciting news. Recently, I was contacted and hired by the Museum of Fine Arts of Boston in collaboration with the Metropolitan Museum of New York to assist in helping curate the upcoming exhibit, Witnessing Humanity, the Art of John Wilson. This is an incredible honor for me, not only because of the artist's significance, but also due to the personal connection I share with John Wilson and his legacy. John Wilson's story resonates deeply with me as a Black Middle Eastern Jewish individual navigating life at the intersection of multiple identities. I see parallels between my experiences and his. Like Wilson, I attended Tufts University. Like his children, I attended Pierce here in Brookline, and I know firsthand how much this town and community meant to him as it means to me. He was not only a celebrated artist in Boston, but also a pillar of this community. His art spoke to the challenges of systemic injustice, and his presence here continues to leave an indelible mark. The exhibit, which will run from February 8th to June 22nd, 2025, will feature approximately 110 of Wilson's works across various media, shining a light on racial, social, and economic injustices. It's a powerful and important exhibition, and I'm excited to share that over the next few months, I'll be helping organize small group trips to the museum. These visits will ensure the exhibit is accessible, particularly for low-income BIPOC students in both Boston and Brookline. If you're interested in learning more or joining these trips, please reach out to me directly. I'm sure y'all know how to find me. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope to see you at the exhibit where we can all witness the humanity and power of John Wilson's art together. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rob Daves.
Good evening. My name is Rob Daves. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 4, and I serve on the Martin Luther King Celebration Committee. I came here when I heard that Zaria was going to announce this because I think this is an important event. John was a favorite son of our town. He lived in Roxbury, but he lived more than half his life, and he lived to be 92 in Brookline. And his wife Julie still lives on Harris Street, and next door, John's daughter lives. His kids and one of his grandkids went to Pierce, and in Pierce School, before they started tearing it apart, there was a print of Martin Luther King by John Wilson, which I'm assuming will be reinstalled once the new building gets built. But in 2019 and 2020, I had the honor to co-lead a group of people to honor John with an event, and we also raised $100,000 to purchase that wonderful bronze head that's in your lobby. And John was an extraordinary artist. His work is in many museums. It's the bust of Martin Luther King that's in U.S. Capitol Rotunda was done by him. It was installed on the first MLK Day. But he is not as well known as he should be. This exhibit is overdue. He was a modest man. He didn't promote himself the way others, but he was a giant. Anyway, so I encourage everybody to go because it's a chance for you to go see through somebody's eyes who lived in Brookline and saw racial injustice, saw systemic racism, and he was also a father, and he raised a family in this town. It's a wonderful. He left a lot to look at, and I think there's a lot to ponder when you look at his work. So, thank you.
Great.
Thank you. That concludes folks who signed up in advance. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak during public comment at this time? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. There are approximately 17 participants online and no one is raising their hand at this time.
Okay, thank you. Next, miscellaneous items. First, approval of meeting minutes from September 24th and September 17, 2024. Any corrections from the select board? Okay, I made some corrections just to clarify some of the language, but so I'd like to move approval. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, I'd like to take items C through H. 6C through 6H.
Recording in progress.
Oops.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Let me make sure mine's off.
No, that was me. I'm sorry.
I'd like to take them in omnibus fashion, but first I'd like to ask Feng Wang, I'm sorry, Hung Yang, to explain item C, which is the $25,000 UASC cybersecurity grant. Because I know that sometimes these grants, these UASC grants, cause some question in the community, and this is a very important grant, and I want to make sure that people are aware of its importance and why we're taking it. So,
Fung is with us online. Fung, I've just promoted you. You should be able to start your video.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Green, Mr. Carey, and members of the board. Feng Yang, Chief Information Officer, Information Technology Department. So this grant from Department of Homeland Security, URASI Region Cybersecurity Subcommittee is for $25,000 for our annual cybersecurity scorecard platform subscription. URASI region has this cybersecurity subcommittee that's specifically set up to deal with any cybersecurity related initiatives. This platform is one of the many tools that we have in our toolbox to deal with cybersecurity. And it's a very effective tool. We use it in two ways. One is to assess ourselves. So look at our environment, brooklinema.gov, and see, what vulnerabilities there might be. And it's constantly scanning, identifying vulnerabilities, and provide remediation recommendations. Effectively enhancing our cybersecurity oversight. Our score as of now is graded A. And we also use it in a second way. The second way is that we use it to vet our prospective vendors pre-procurement. So we know the vendors we're choosing have good cybersecurity posture. We are starting to also use this tool to evaluate our existing vendors annually so that they keep up with their cybersecurity posture. With that said, I'll just ask if the chair or any members of the board have any other questions.
Well, thank you. That's very helpful, and I think you've shown us how important that is. So, any questions from the board? Did you have your hand up? Okay. Okay, thank you, Fung.
You're welcome. Have a
Bye.
good evening.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'd like to take items 6, C through H in omnibus fashion. Unless anyone has any questions or wants to pull any of the others out, I'd like to call for a vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Michael Sandman,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
David Perlman,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, moving on to our regular calendar, boards and commissions interviews. We have a applicant, Wendy Drobnik, for the Age Friendly Cities Committee. Is she online?
Wendy is with us online. Wendy, I've promoted you, so you should be able to start your video and then the chair will begin your interview.
Okay. Hi, yes, I'm Wendy Dropnik.
Hi. Okay, well, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you would like to be on the age on this committee and what you think you can bring to the committee.
Sure, thank you very much. I am I'm a long-term resident of Brookline. I moved here in 1975 to attend graduate school at BU. I'm an occupational therapist, and we raised 3 kids in Brookline. I've been a volunteer in many different capacities, starting back when our kids were at Driscoll, helping to coordinate the Understanding Disabilities program. Since then, I was also a member of the Medical Reserve Corps, where I did quite a few flu clinics and that sort of thing. During the pandemic, I was a volunteer contact tracer for the town of Brookline. But I think what really motivated me in the direction of the age-friendly city committee was about 10 years ago, we helped my mother-in-law move here from West Hartford, Connecticut. She was at first resistant about coming. But we knew that we have a extended family in this area, and we thought that she would be better supported in Brookline. I will say she just passed away this year, almost 98 years of age, and lived independently on William Street for just until a year and a half before she passed away. The experience was terrific. She loved it here. She became an active member of the senior center, loved the theater and opera. But I also learned some of the pitfalls, and certainly navigating as she became more frail became difficult for her. And when I saw this committee in the minutes that I get from Paul Warren, I immediately thought this might be an area that I might be able to contribute to. I'm an occupational therapist. I mostly retired from Boston College about 10 years ago. Sorry about my voice, but I'm recovering from COVID. But I have some ideas that I think I might could add to this committee. I attended a meeting last week, and I must say there's some really terrific people on the committee, and they're very much talking about the things that I'm interested in terms of pedestrian safety, good lighting for people, benches, rest areas, not just in commercial districts, but in other parts of Brookline as well, in neighborhoods so that people can get to parks if there's a long distance. Also, public restrooms is something that I didn't hear discussed at the meeting last week, but it's another area of interest of mine as well.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any questions from the select board?
I'll just
Don?
quick. Wendy, thank you so much for applying. It's funny, when you came up on the screen, I thought to myself, I think I've seen Wendy at a recent meeting, and sure enough, I did. It was,
Yeah.
and as you may know, I'm the select board liaison to that committee, and it is everything that you describe. Very, very specially focused group of people who look at all the issues of for people who are aging in place, aging in their community and wanting to stay in their community. Your resume is just, so perfect for service on that committee. And I'm glad you chose it. And I also really welcomed your words about your mother's experience because Brookline has many stories to tell, but one of the stories, and an extremely important one, is the one that your mother's experience summed up. It can be a perfect place for people who are, gently and gradually entering into senior years, the later senior years of their lives, but want to remain active and want to remain involved in the community. And the Age Friendly Cities Committee is a part of that as well. So thank you for applying.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh,
Yep. Wendy, thanks so much for your application. As like John, I was pleased to see it. I appreciate that you've raised issues about, benches and stuff and making it, those types of resources available within our neighborhoods. I'm really curious, your resume is fantastic, and you have a lengthy background in occupational therapy. I'm wondering about thoughts you have, because we have a lot of folks that end up remaining at home because they've had surgery or they're infirmed or, they're not able to get out as much. Could you talk a little bit about how your background in occupational therapy might help, bring issues and solutions to light on the committee with respect to that?
Sure, I really appreciate that question. And certainly as I've gotten older, I know more and more people who are, have gone through joint replacement surgery and the like. And I also had major surgery myself in 2019 and witnessed firsthand just how difficult it is to get out, even to a mailbox, when you have to navigate, a sidewalk that's a problem or the distance is too great. What I think the work that I did as an OT is very much problem oriented, in that we, take, or I should say solution oriented. We look at what is the obstacle, what's getting in the way, and what gives individuals passion to do what they're doing. This idea of being able to age in place is really special, very important. And I saw it firsthand with my mother-in-law, but I've seen it with a lot of other people as well. When you're able to do the things that you've always loved to do, maybe it isn't perfect, but with a little adaptation, or maybe some assistance in some cases, people need to be directed with better resources for therapy or, equipment or whatever. But the idea that we can really help people stay where they're comfortable in familiar surroundings with neighbors that they know well, I think is very important. Again, it's very individual. You can't make, I don't believe, there are some general things that we can do with benches and public restrooms and lighting and things like that. But there, a lot of these things are also more individually focused too.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's a great answer.
I have a question. I'd like your thoughts on this. As an occupational therapist, you have certain skills that's not just relevant to elderly residents, but all residents. I mean, kids who go out skiing and end up on crutches.
Right.
Even younger adults who have various types of surgery and end up being handicapped like many other people. So give me your thoughts of how we can just make sure that the community understands the need for the type of things that you're suggesting for the elderly population are relevant to the entire population, many of whom will at some point in their lives become, disabled or frail, just like elderly people.
Yeah. First of all, let me be clear. Most of my work was pediatric. Although I have adult experience, I worked primarily with kids with moderate to severe disability. I started at Children's Hospital, but then most of my career was in the public schools for a while and then Boston College. And the age range was 3 to 18. So we serve, you're right, the whole community. And people need special equipment at different stages of their life, where you're right about accidents can happen, that sort of thing. Helping people understand or become empathetic, that's always tough. In fact, my mother-in-law had an accident trying to get to the opera at the theater. She lived on William Street. She was using a walker and she was cutting across the Center Street parking lot when somebody honked their horn at her to hurry up. And that's what it made her nervous. She tried to hurry, she fell. So, you know, I'm not sure the answer to what does it take to help people empathize. But I think public education as much as possible. I mean, certainly the Understanding Disability program that we ran for many years and probably still do, I don't know, for fourth graders. I like to think that that is an opening, but certainly people need reminders. So maybe highlighting stories occasionally in the news helps, but I don't honestly have a good answer for that.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Drobnik, right?
Dropnik,
Drobnik, I'm sorry.
no worry.
Thank you. We'll be making our appointments to the Age Friendly Cities Committee at a later meeting. We appreciate your
Great,
application and presenting before us.
great. Thank you so much.
Okay, next, Walnut High project. We're going to have 3 votes on this. There's going to be a presentation or?
I think it's just, the request from the Housing Authority was that the select board commit $7.5 million from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in order to jumpstart the financing for this project, that the payment in lieu of taxes agreement be amended, and that and the waiver of building fees for the project.
Yeah.
We've had some discussions. I don't know if you want to summarize kind of where the board is at on that.
Yeah. I think the easiest way to summarize it is that the board is in favor of waiving the building permit fees that the Housing Authority is asking for, and what's the other one?
The amendment to the.
7.5.
Well, no, not that. And approving the commitment of $7.5 million in Affordable Housing Trust funds to phase 1 of their redevelopment project at Walnut High. We also are going to vote on amending the existing payment in lieu of taxes agreement to include the actual number of units being proposed for the Walnut High project. So those are 3 votes that, unless we have any discussion, I'd just like to take together. Okay.
And there is some modified language to what was in the packet. I don't know if we put that. Did we put the modified? Okay, so I can
Okay.
I can read it if you want. I apologize. It's a little long, but since it's not in the packet, we should make sure it's on record. So for the first vote would be to commit $7.5 million from the Brookline Affordable Housing Trust Fund, AHT, to the Brookline Housing Authority, BHA, or an affiliate of Brookline Housing Authority or its nonprofit corporation, Brookline Housing Authority Corporation, BHAC, for phase 1 of the Brookline Housing Authority's redevelopment project at Walnut High Apartments, the phase 1 of the project, to include 96-unit affordable housing units redevelopment project at Walnut High Apartments upon the following conditions. A, BHA secures all necessary planning board/board of appeal approval for the development of the project. B, BHA secures all necessary non-town funding resources to develop and finance the project. C, BHA assigns its right to the FY25 Community Preservation Act grant award of $3.75 million to the AHT. And D, BHA records records or will record at the time of the construction financing for the project a perpetual affordability restriction in a form acceptable to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. E, this conditional commitment will be in effect for a period of 2 years unless further extended by mutual agreement of both parties. F, the promissory note evidencing the AHT financing will mature no earlier than 65 years from the date of the construction completion, will be secured by a subordinate lien on the subject property. The final terms of the loan will be negotiated with the BHA prior to the closing of the construction loan for the project on terms mutually agreed upon by the BHA and the town of Brookline. G, and this is new language, this commitment does not preclude the BHA from seeking additional funding from either the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the Community Preservation Act, or any other local funding for either Phase 1, 96 units, nor Phase 2, 85 units of the project. H, any commitment statement provided on behalf of the Select Board will be subject to final approval by the town administrator.
Okay, thank you. And so that's the first item. Second item I already mentioned, amending the pilot agreement. And the third item is, I guess we have to read the whole thing.
Yeah,
for the record.
all right. Yeah, I can read the whole
can-
thing. Yeah. So two, this is the second vote, or the second item, if you take them all in omnibus fashion, would be to amend the existing payment in lieu of taxes agreement that includes the BHA Walnut High Apartments property to reflect the proposed number of units for the redevelopment project. Phase 1, 96 units, and Phase 2, 85 units. The third vote would be to waive for both phases of the project, Phase 1 of 96 units and Phase 2 of 85 units, the building permit fees, including demolition permit fees, and any fees related to review prior to a demolition permit approval by any department, included but not limited to Preservation Commission determination of historic significance, erosion control bylaw, tree preservation bylaw, and construction management plan review fees for all departments, subject to the following conditions. BHA secures all necessary planning board / Board of Appeals approval for the development of the project. BHA secures all necessary non-town funding resources to develop and finance the project. And C, BHA records or will record at the time of the construction financing for the project a perpetual affordability restriction in a form acceptable to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities.
Okay, any questions? If not, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Voting approval of the three items that were read. John Van Scoyac,
Aye.
Paul Warren,
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mike Sandman.
Right. Mike Sandman, yes.
Okay, Paul already voted. David Croman,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, great. John.
I'm just going to, and thank you for permission to do so, Bernard. I just can't let this moment pass without mentioning a couple of things about this, because one of the things that often happens on these select board meetings is that we end up voting on technical stuff. And you might miss the big picture here. And the big picture here is an incredibly exciting new era for a sizable piece of the Brookline Housing Authority's properties in Brookline that serve people with affordable rents. And we're not only going to be expanding the number of units that, and thereby expanding the opportunity for more people to actually be able to afford housing in Brookline, and we know how wonderful that can be. But we're also bringing up to modern standards housing that was first built in 1962. And I say we, I should really be saying the Brookline Housing Authority, in partnership with the town of Brookline in various ways. But the Brookline Housing Authority obviously deserves the lion's share of the credit for all of this. And within that credit given to the Brookline Housing Authority, I think it's worth mentioning that the leadership for the past 4 years has been led by Michael Alpern, who is moving on to another position nearby, thank goodness. He was here last week at the Select Board's meeting, but his 4 years were extraordinarily fruitful for the Housing Authority and for all people who are going to benefit from this Walnut High project, which the scope is huge. The impact that this will have on the affordability, the affordable housing opportunities in Brookline is huge. It's right there in the heart of Brookline. These buildings are all sort of grouped behind that wonderful historic fire station right there in the heart of Brookline Village. This is a big moment, and I didn't want people to miss the significance of it just because our vote was mostly about technicalities of what's to come. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to say that.
Yeah, thank you. That's very important information to have. Paul.
I just want to add one thing, and I'm really glad that John provided the context with Michael and all the leadership. There's also a little bit more of a backstory here. This is a result of the MBTA Communities Act. We wouldn't have taken that vote tonight if we did not work as hard as we did as a community to come up with a consensus solution to the MBTA Communities Act that passed 207 to 33 at town meeting, which was an unheard of result. And so it just, it's a testament to what we can do as a community and as town meeting when we can come together and find common solutions to really important problems. And so I just want to have that looked over. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding us of that connection.
Speaking of reminders.
Mind to turn off the phone.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me fix this. I apologize. Okay, next, American Rescue Plan update. We have one vote and an update on the ARPA-funded projects and spending. The vote is the question of modifying the scope of the American Rescue Plan Act-funded Center Street Lot Project Study. So who's gonna
We have
presentation?
Meredith Mooney from the Planning Department.
Great.
Good evening, Select Board. Meredith Mooney, Economic Development Director. I'm here tonight to present an update on the Center Street Lot Study, which is one of the Economic Development Division's ARPA-funded projects. I have a very short slide deck just to run through here. A quick overview. I won't read everything on the slide here, but the main objective of the Center Street Lot Study is to look for opportunities to make the Center Street Lot a multifunctional commercial area asset and a greater asset for Brookline as a commercial area, but also for the broader community. I did just want to point out that the Center Street Lot project is informed by a few of the recommendations that were included in the town's 2021 Coolidge Corner Rapid Recovery Plan, which we developed utilizing a framework provided through the state to develop strategies to support Brookline's Coolidge Corner, but all of our commercial areas it's applicable to help Coolidge Corner as a commercial area and our local businesses bounce back bigger and better post-COVID. So that was some of the context background for the proposal. The project was funded with $350,000 of ARPA funds, and it's in two phases. So the first phase is a Coolidge Corner parking and curb management study for $100,000. That work is currently underway. It was launched over the summer. We're going to be releasing draft recommendations next month for additional feedback and finalizing those recommendations in early 2025. That analysis and the data and some of the recommendations included in that will be an important reference point as we embark on the second phase, which is a conceptual planning process to come up with some different concepts and ideas for how we'd like to re-envision the Center Street Lot. And that conceptual planning work will be informed by a community visioning process. So we're anticipating a very extensive, deep community engagement on this topic. So that was originally proposed for $250,000. So we are updating the scope of that. Wanted to loop you in at tonight's presentation. The goal would be to have this under contract by mid-December and then to launch the project in early spring 2025. So this is just a slide outlining the original scope and kind of the departure with the updated scope that we're presenting this evening. So the original scope anticipated that we do the visioning process and through that work with a consultant to develop a set of different design alternatives for the Center Street Lot. Originally, we had envisioned that staff would decide which concept we would move forward with as the preferred concept to do some additional analysis on and sort of more in-depth financial feasibility analysis. We'd like to modify that process. We think it's important based on kind of what we're learning from phase one and just in thinking more deeply about how we would set this project up for success in the long run. We'd like to form a staff-led community advisory group that can be a real sounding board as we move through this. We're at the beginning of this process. I think a community advisory group would provide very helpful input and then some continuity as we move into the latter phases of the Center Street lot process. Again, the visioning, community outreach engagement, we still move forward with the development of a set of design alternatives to consider. But then we would coordinate with DPW and the community advisory group to plan and implement a set of project demonstrations. In the planning world, there's a very specific term for the types of demonstrations that we'll be doing. It's called tactical urbanism, and they are low-cost temporary demonstrations of what potential new uses or reconfigurations of a space would look and feel like. So the objective would be we would invest in these project demonstrations and use that for additional community engagement, also as an opportunity to collect additional feedback about, people's experience. And all of that would help at the end of this project have staff, town leadership, the community advisory group just be much better informed about which preferred design concept we want to commit to in moving forward with additional analysis on the other side of this ARPA funding. So that's sort of the main focus in terms of the scope changes that we're talking about this evening. But I did also want to note that we're proposing to flex $25,000 from phase 2, which was originally envisioned as $250,000, and apply that to phase 1 and a continuation of our work with our project consultant for the parking study, which is Stantec. So we'd like to invest $25,000 to do some scenario planning about if, different, for example, we're talking about the Center Street lot. We'd like Stantec to develop some scenarios about in the event that through our conceptual planning work and whatever concept we emerge with results in the loss of half of the Center Street lot parking or all of the Center Street parking. What would be the impacts of that is something that we could absorb just from a parking management standpoint, or would we need to consider, more significant interventions like a parking structure. The Babcock Street lot is also sort of in the queue of studies for a potential affordable housing development. What would happen if the Babcock Street parking came off of line? So again, the phase 1 work will be a very important reference point in the phase 2 work. So with those adjustments, we end up with $125,000 for phase 1 and then $225,000 remaining to invest in phase 2. In terms of where we go from here, we're planning on, with the select board's support, releasing an RFP reflecting this modified scope this month and amending our phase 1 contract so that this consultant can immediately get to work on some of those parking scenario analyses. November, consultant interviews. December, select a consultant, finalize the contract. So we lock in that ARPA funding. And then in the winter, we would work on recruiting and
We lost her.
Oh,
Meredith, we lost you.
you're frozen, Meredith. Hold on.
She's still talking. Or maybe not. This could be a lag.
Yep, she just dropped off. Oh, there she is.
Hello, I'm so sorry.
You're back.
Where did we leave off?
December?
Yep, the timeline, December.
Oh, good. Okay. So December, finalize the contract. Early 2025, we would recruit and convene our community advisory group. So everyone is on the same page and up to speed for when we launch the public engagement portion in early spring 2025.
Great, thank you. Oh.
Yep. Thank you, Meredith. Can you go back to your scope slide?
Certainly.
First, thank you. That was a very clear presentation. I appreciate it. So this project's a big deal, right? This is potential transformative project, correct? could be
And
transformed.
of course it's going to be
Could be,
that.
okay.
That
So,
fancy parking lot is
right,
being
so
incredibly-
first, I appreciate the updated scope where there's a community advisory group. I have two questions. Who's going to appoint that? And will it be a public body with voting rights? That's my first question. You can probably sense where I would be wanting it to go. And then the second question I have is the financial feasibility analysis. I kind of like that early in the process, and I'm wondering why we're taking that out. I think financial feasibility is even a back of the napkin type of feasibility would be really informative before we commit too far on some concepts. So first
Certainly.
question, the community advisory group.
So I think Community Advisory Group, this was inspired by our work with the Chestnut Hill Community Advisory Group.
Yeah.
It's sort of that format. And we did have a conversation with town council in response to the memo that was circulated over the past couple of weeks about additional direction from the Attorney General's office in terms of working groups and subcommittees and where that falls with open meeting law. So we did have some specific questions that were not directly addressed in the guidance that we received. So they're going to circle back to us. That process in terms of look and feel has been identical to a lot of all the other kind of traditional committees that we staff and have been working with. So that group was, we had a stakeholder group, and then staff went and identified working with a select board liaison membership for that. But so I think we're envisioning Chestnut Hill, but certainly open to guidance.
Yeah, so I just want us to, I want to encourage us to think differently than the community group that's been advising the Chestnut Hill. I've heard noise from members of that saying, I'm not sure why I'm going. I don't get to vote. I talk, but what's it matter? So I think this is such a critical piece. I'd like it to have it be, if it's I don't care what you call it, a design review committee, the center lot study group. I think it should be a public body. I think it should be appointed by the select board. My request.
Any thoughts, Meredith?
Certainly. I mean, if we're looking for guidance direction from the select board about the best way to move forward with this process and to ensure that, we're setting the project up for success.
Yeah, I think this is a huge project with really critical impact.
So how would your proposal differ from what is being proposed?
Well,
In terms of public involvement, I mean,
Yeah.
you mentioned voting.
Yeah.
And what would people be voting on?
Yeah, I think that when you are a formal public body, subject to the open meeting law, and it's going to be a voting group, we're going to be, I'm not saying this wasn't done with the Chestnut Hill Study Committee, but we're going to be very thoughtful about representation and balanced representation on that board. I'm not saying that's not what's going on today. And I think that having that board have the ability to vote, they're going to be very thoughtful and considerate about the input that they're hearing from the community, and vote to recommend something that is a consensus of what the community wants. I think that major decisions like this is how we're doing. I think the design review for Washington Street is a public body. It's a subcommittee of the transportation board. But again, this is a critical asset to the town. It's fundamental to the future of Coolidge Corner, and I think we should elevate it beyond just an advisory.
Mike, your face seems to be saying that you have something to say.
Well, since I'm the liaison to the Chestnut Hill Study Advisory Committee, I will say that it's a staff-led project nonetheless. That's the way it's structured. Nonetheless, all of the meetings have been hybrid meetings. There has been a fair amount of public input, as well as, in fact, there were on-site visits and walkthroughs and so forth. And so I'm not sure that the structure and the other thing is I'd say we paid a great deal of attention to balancing the membership.
But who appointed the membership?
Staff and I and and a member of the select board, me,
Yeah.
went through had a discussion about who should be appointed, and a number of people that from the number of people from the neighborhood were appointed. Some people with expertise, 3 accountants and 2 developers have been appointed. Remembering that the purpose of that whole study is to improve ultimately to improve collection of commercial tax revenue from there. It seemed appropriate to include developers and architects as advisors. So honestly, let me get to the point. The point is, without being too defensive, the point is, I don't think the structure of the committee matters as much as the membership. And so, if you want to find some other mechanism, then you want to have interviews in the same way as that we do for boards and commissions, that's an alternative that might work.
Yeah. Again, all I'm saying is, again, this isn't a ding on your committee.
I'm
saying that
not
at all.
taking
It
offense.
was
Don't
being
worry.
used,
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
being,
Yeah.
a la Chestnut Hill,
Yeah.
is kind of how it was said. I think that this is fundamental to the Coolidge Corner area. There's going to be a lot of input. And I think that we should elevate the committee to a select board appointed committee that, works, of course, led by staff, works with staff, similar to what we're doing with the comprehensive plan steering committee. Have it be public and let them vote on as to what they would put forward as the recommended design based on input.
Cheers.
That's fine.
Yeah, and I think we can definitely, I think we go back. The rationale behind the way that Chestnut Hill was set up the way it was because of several high profile efforts that were done an older way that didn't result in ideas, right? No recommendation was made because nothing got off the ground. And the purpose of this was to ensure that we would be presented with options, and you, the select board, who are the ultimate decision-making body, would be presented with options and would be leading a process that had ideas and proposals put in front of you that you could then react to and that the community could react to. And that's the purpose of that, why it was structured the way it was. And so I think we can definitely, work through how that body is appointed and whether or not it's a public. I certainly think, given the Attorney General's guidance, we need to take a hard look at, the difference between working groups and formal committees, be sure we're following that guidance. But I would just say, the problem we were trying to solve with Chestnut Hill was that the process was grinding to a halt too many times.
Yeah. Again, let me rewind for a second because I'm getting a reaction on you in defense of it's Chestnut Hill. Put Chestnut Hill aside. I think this thing is such a big deal. It's fundamental to Coolidge Corner. It's going to have a tremendous amount of interest. And I think that the select board would want to be very, very close to it. And again, that's just the difference, I would suggest. And I also do think it would be good to have some sort of financial feasibility included in the scope of the project so that we're talking about stuff that can actually practically be done, which is what you've done as well, Mike, on your committee. I think that would be important. So if we can find a way to get that back in scope, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Meredith, thank you very much for the presentation. It's interesting. I really appreciate Paul's reaction. And yet at the same time, I feel like saying maybe it's a big deal, but maybe it's not going to turn out to be that big a deal because change is very, very, very difficult. And for there to be substantial change in what exists today, a whole bunch of questions are going to have to be addressed and answered. And I know for a fact, because I sit on the Small Business Development Committee, that the first thing that people who own businesses in our business districts or work for businesses in our business districts, the first thing they think of when they hear, oh, there's going to be, sort of a visioning for the Coolidge Corner parking lot, the Center Street parking lot, they think, oh, great, we're finally going to get more parking. And there's a good reason for them to, think that that would be the most important change that we could make to the Center Street parking lot. And there's at least one or two members who will always bring up, could we deck it? Could we add, sort of a garage piece so that we have even more spaces than currently exist? I don't think you'll find too many who will say, oh boy, an opportunity to think about the Center Street parking lot being used for something other than parking. So I just want to be absolutely certain that the interests of the community that is the closest to the Center Street parking lot, and that is all of the businesses that border it or surround it, or exist on blocks very nearby it, that they are very, very, very well represented in all of this, so that we find out how much flexibility do we have from their point of view to actually do things other than parking in the Center Street parking lot. To me, that's the first question to be answered, because I think you might hear from a lot of people, the only thing we should be doing to that parking lot is adding more parking spaces, via a deck or a garage or something like that. And then we can move on from there, but that's got to be very high on the list. And the people who address that question have to have a stake in the businesses that thrive on the coming and going of people via that Center Street parking lot.
Mike.
Oh, I mentioned earlier during executive session, something that has nothing to do with the executive session. Today's my 81st birthday, and I have been in Brookline for 50 of those 81 years, and I have a long memory of discussions about the Center Street parking lot. And
Should have brought you a cake.
it is a,
Yes.
right, well, I should have brought a piece of what's left over from the one that I had, party favors. World's best cakes. It's not just the merchants who are concerned about it, but the neighborhood has always been very, very focused on, oh my goodness, what's going to happen to this lot from the perspective of the impact on the neighborhood. The neighborhood has changed. The structure of the neighborhood has changed somewhat. But it is, I have to say, stepping back away from any discussion about Chestnut Hill, Paul is right that it will be like touching a third rail with both hands and both feet. And I'm thinking that it might be very sensible, however it's structured, as a work group or not, for the members, the non-staff members, to be appointed after interviews by the select board.
But isn't the key issue here the committee's ability to vote?
No. I mean, that I think that any committee that's doing this level of recommendation should be able to vote. That's just my belief.
Vote on what?
But be able to vote on the recommendation that they're bringing forward. I think that's, if you're going to ask people to spend so much time, you should ask them to vote. And I'm not saying that's not, this again.
Yeah, okay.
Not about just.
No problem. Go
And
ahead.
the second thing is, I also think that representation, just as John has said, just as Mike had said, is really, really important.
Yeah, that's up to us.
Yeah, and that's up to us.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important.
David.
So I'm hearing, it sounds to me like a general consensus to form a committee that will have people representing multiple stakeholder groups at a minimum. Paul and Mike are saying that. I'm on board with that as well. So that's 3. I will say though, to John's point regarding small businesses. Now, a lot of our small business owners are not necessarily Brookline residents. And so I wonder how we would formally incorporate their voice on such a committee.
Yes.
So the Small Business Development Committee has non-residents on it.
Yeah.
And we have done that in the past. So
And the Washington Street corridor study also has representations.
So I wonder if I could bring us back to the agenda, which is the issue that
Scope.
is we have an ARPA grant that staff is recommending we modify. And I think we probably have exhausted this particular topic, or not exhausted it, perhaps we can always go beyond that. But we've probably said about enough of it to make the point. But looking at the structure of what staff is recommending is, I think, where we should be going. And I do agree with you that including a financial feasibility in it is very, very important.
So the feedback that we have is that this body should be appointed by the select board, and we should make it a subject to the open meeting law. It should have the ability to vote. The process remains the same as described. The only substantive difference that you would like us to consider in this is ensuring, if possible, reinserting the financial feasibility portion into the scope of the RFP so that we can get that information too, or find a way to get that information at this stage in the process.
Which implies finding the money for that, because that's not a small item.
No, but again, we hear the value in that, and we'll do, and I think what we can commit to you is that we'll analyze what we can do with the money we have. And if we have to come back to you and try and rebalance it, given what we get back, we will.
Do we have the ability to add a little more to the pot? A little more money?
Well, we'll talk about ARPA more generally in just a minute. The answer right now is probably no, but not impossible.
May I also just provide some clarification? If I could go back and redo the slide, I think the development of the design alternatives, all of those design alternatives would have had a preliminary financial feasibility analysis to understand if they're within the realm of possibility. The additional financial feasibility analysis and sort of concept analysis is the part that we're looking to kind of cut out based on a preferred concept and staff selecting that. And I think also heard loud and clear about select board appointed committee for the project. I do think the way we are re-envisioning the second phase is that we wouldn't necessarily need to conclude within the scope of this ARPA funded work, decide on a preferred alternative. We're sort of assembling all of the pieces so to inform, what that decision-making process on the other side of this ARPA funding.
Okay. Any further discussion? Why don't we vote? Okay.
Oh, what's the
Okay.
wording of the vote?
So I move approval of the, let's see, what do we have? The modification of the scope of the American Rescue Plan Act funded Center Street Lot Project Study as amended in our discussion with respect to evaluating whether to put back in the feasibility study and appointment of the study group by the select board, subject to open meeting law requirements. Anything else?
That's it. Yes.
Okay. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Mike Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you, Meredith.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Meredith.
Their admissions advisory board charge, a change to that committee's charge.
We missed the update on ARPA
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yeah.
projects and spending.
Okay, I'm sorry. So who's gonna give the update?
I believe
Jazz?
Tyler is.
Oh, Tyler? Okay.
Tyler, I've just promoted you, so you should be able to start your video.
All right.
Thank you, Tiffany. I totally missed that.
Good evening, everyone, and also happy birthday, Mike.
Good boy, Tyler.
Let's see. Bear with me here while I pull up. Hopefully this is brief enough. Please let me know if you're able to see this.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so hopefully I have a quick update for you, but this will be a broad overview that I think will cover a lot of topics. It's been a minute, so anyway, I'm here to bring you an update with the American Rescue Plan Act. I'll just jump right into it. So as of our previous quarter, which was the end of fiscal 24, we have allocated the 44.4 million from ARPA to 127 projects. Let's see, so 98 of these have been town projects, 29 have been subrecipient projects. And of course, as I want to note for anyone who is unfamiliar, a portion of this is sitting with Norfolk County. So we are in the process of still getting some of our allocation back. It's approximately 11.1 million from Norfolk. We still have about 5 projects sitting out there totaling 1.6 that we're waiting to either hear back on procurement, get state contracts, tie out a few other things, but we plan to have that fully reimbursed on the Norfolk portion before the end of this year, well before the end of this year, actually. And just as a quick breakdown, this just shows sort of like the broad treasury categories for each of the projects. So town has about 98 of these projects, as I said previously. So these cover various areas such as public health, which we can get into some of the weeds of that. I do have a slide later from here that actually gets into some highlights, but this started with basic COVID prevention, from test kits, testing sites, to telework capacity, which is the reason I am actually able to be on Zoom right now while you're in the select board room. The negative economic impact as well, which has covered broad things from the Coolidge Corner pop-up and other initiatives to sort of help us rebound from all of the negative impacts from COVID. Public sector capacity, which is that's a very broad brush category to sort of help the town rebound from COVID. We had premium pay, infrastructure, which was some stormwater improvements, broadband, backup fiber. And then we have a revenue replacement category, which is sort of the catch-all. And I know a lot of the people watching right now may already know some of this, but I'm just sort of giving an update. But revenue replacement's the catch-all. So this is sort of the broad brush of ARPA for anything that doesn't fall into these categories. We have a limited number out of our entire ARPA allocation that we can use sort of on any project excluding paying off tax liens or pension funds. But shifting over to subrecipient meaning any of the nonprofits that we've been working with, which was, the Brookline Community Foundation, Center for Community Mental Health, Steps to Success, Teen Center, Food Pantry. We had another broad area of categories sort of here as well, 29 in total. And as you can see, we've already hit about half of our spending in ARPA, which is great. This is kind of where we want to be right now. And when I get to the timeline, you'll see why. And just sort of, again, it's 127 projects. So I kind of tried to condense these the best I could. So at the moment, we have 33 projects at or near completion, which that's about 15 million. A lot of this went into food assistance. So that was the farmers market voucher program. We allocated about $500,000 to the food pantry. The Council on Aging had their own food insecurity program. For the public schools, we had a lot of measures which happened in fiscal 22 and 23 when the ESSER funding stopped. So we were able to sort of address some of the gaps in their budget when the state funding was cut off. And then we have other initiatives for scholarships, mentoring for students, after school programs totaling about 1.8 million. And then as we also have capital improvements. So that was other maintenance with town buildings. We have some of the hardware upgrades that we were working on with health, IT, and then more building maintenance, especially with the schools. And so this is kind of the bread and butter right now. This is where I think a big focus is, and this is what we've been stressing to a lot of department heads and those subrecipients, i.e. nonprofits that we've been working with. So this is a basic overview. Anything to the left of this red line is just very broad history of the spending we've done. Tonight is more so an update just to let you know where the spending's been at, where the allocation's been. And the big stressor, and I will be a broken record here, is to say we have to have everything obligated by the end of this year. So that means any of our MOUs, contracts, supplies, services rendered, that has to be locked in before the end of this year. Then after that, we still have 2 years left to actually spend down the funding. So some of our strategy right now has been to, with Zoom or other services, we've tried to do multi-year contracts so that we can actually have some of these services, software licenses, go out to the end of 2026. And then anything we do not spend is forfeited to the Treasury starting January 1st, 2027. So this is sort of where we're stressing this to everyone right now. And then just to sort of give a highlight, right now we do have some expected turnbacks and other delays that we've experienced with some projects. So without getting into the weeds of it, there's about 1.1 million with the town projects. Some of these were from manufacturing delays. Another thing that has happened, which we're constantly sort of adapting and adjusting to and addressing, is Treasury, usually every 6 months to a year, will put out updated rules and regulations with ARPA. So one of the new things that we're adapting to right now is personnel. Excluding the administration side, any personnel that we had initially obligated, those positions at the end of this year can no longer be covered under ARPA. We've already met with department heads who are able to sort of absorb these budgets. And so these are some expected turnbacks we're anticipating. On the subrecipient side, we've been working with Chamber of Commerce, Gateway Arts, Her Wings First, just to sort of get them locked into place so that we can move forward. We've met with Chamber of Commerce. We're awaiting quarterly reports. Some of these projects have already started. They have had turnover since their leadership had left, and they have new leadership now. Same with Gateway Arts. Her Wings First, they actually just got their registration approved, and we're meeting with them tomorrow. So hopefully that MOU will be executed within the next 3 to 4 weeks. But the next steps with ARPA is I will be coming back October 29th for a potential recommendation. Just any of those clawbacks that you see, we will be sort of working to identify certain departmental budget gaps that we can fit these into and move these around. I will say there has been some overallocation in round 3, which we intentionally did because of those expected turnbacks. I don't expect there to be a lot come October 29th, but there will be some that we'll be able to reallocate. And then just as a note, this will probably be an ongoing thing until the end of the year, where we'll probably have a small batch of funding kind of coming in from other projects that we've found that are closed out, that we will just sort of shuffle around some of the money, but those dollar amounts are going to be very small. So very, very broad overview, kind of quick, but happy
Thank
to
you.
take any questions.
Any questions? John?
Many questions,
Many?
many questions. I'll try to narrow the focus. Let's start with when there's a reallocation, who makes that decision? Is the ARPA committee still meeting?
The ARPA committee is not still meeting. I'll turn the question on the decision-making over to Charlie or Chaz, though.
So we make the initial recommendation to you based on what we see, and then you have to approve it. So
Okay.
if anything ultimately has to go through you, you're the executive. But you know, those periodic memos that you got in
Right.
round 3 and after, that was
Right.
us saying, here's what we have, here's what we think, and getting your feedback on that.
Yeah. So that was my first question. Next question, this, this timeline with the red line down through the middle of it, on the slide, and I'm sorry, I don't, oh, page 5, slide number 5. It shows, that the final reallocations, need to take place no later than December 17th. And then it says all ARPA funds must be obligated by December 31st. That space between December 17th and December 31st is so narrow. Realistically, is anybody going to be able to get a reallocation and then have it get obligated in the 2 weeks from December 17th to the 31st? Or can we kind of assume that money is probably going to end up being turned back to the Treasury?
So if it's internal, it's quite quick.
Uh-huh.
So, and that's what we would be anticipating. You know, the last, I think, any sort of significant reallocation that would, for example, require, I mean, the reason why planning, that Meredith came to you tonight,
Yeah.
really needing your guidance is because we have to put an RFP out there, and that takes 30 days.
Okay, no.
Process. So anything on that scale really needs to come to you by the end of this month. But
Yeah.
for smaller things like interdepartmental transfers, we can handle time frame.
Okay. That's
Just
good.
to piggyback off what Chaz said, this is also based on the select board vote. So any reallocation that we're doing is still going in front of you. So that's why there is that gap. The 31st is Treasury state, but realistically, Brookline's date is the 17th.
And so I know that others have questions, and I will promise this is my final question. You know, what I'm really looking forward to is the day that we take the scorecard, I'll put it that way, of the 127 projects that were at some point, you know, early on in the ARPA process. We had this wonderful community engagement time, and we had many meetings of the ARPA committee, and we came up with a spreadsheet. And by your numbers, that spreadsheet actually had 127 individual projects on it. And what I think what will be the most valuable part of this exercise, this ARPA experience, will be the day that we can go down that list of 127 projects. I'm quite literal about this. And say for each one of those entities or those projects, what happened, how much money was sought, how much money was promised, how much money was obligated, how much money was spent, and what was it spent on, and what did we get? I mean, what was the, you know, what was the end result of the ARPA spending? You know, what can we point to and say, because of ARPA, we have this? You know, it could be something, a physical improvement in the town. It could be a record that shows that X number of people graduated from a program and then went on to greater things. It could be people got relief who needed relief. But I really want to know what the end result of all of this ARPA is, because we probably are not going to have another ARPA-like program again. But if we do, we need to learn from this one. And the only way I can learn from this one is to see that kind of a specific record of, you know, who were the original applicants, what happened to their applications, and what did they have to show for the money they spent at the end of the whole process. Thanks.
Well,
Yep.
wait, want an answer?
No, I don't need it today. No, no,
okay.
it's not, it's too early for an answer.
Yeah.
Big answer.
Your other question.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Other questions? Sure. If you have something you want to add, please.
No? Okay, Paul?
Tyler, thank you. It's remarkable how much you know about every one of these projects, and I'm sure you sleep and dream about them. Hopefully you don't have nightmares. It looks like, and this is just a rough number, there's about $1.5 million that looks like it could potentially be turned back and need to be reallocated and reobligated. Is that the right number?
So it would actually be closer to just 1.1. That
Okay.
other roughly 400,000 were from subrecipient projects. They've been delayed for various reasons. So
Okay.
we're still working with them. We're in correspondence with them as well.
Okay.
So I don't want to put them on the hot seat
Okay.
just yet.
So that was my next question. I'll ask before I ask the question. I'll ask permission to ask the question, which is a rarity for me. I want you to hope you acknowledge that. Is it appropriate to ask a question about a specific project on the list?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm curious about the chamber. There's quite a bit of money there. And I'm just wondering, what are the two projects that the Chamber of Commerce were allocated? And I'm wondering what's happening.
So with the chamber, they had a turnover in leadership. We've already executed the MOUs. So fortunately for them, those projects are locked in, and they're also quick projects. So there is no concern with the obligation deadline. Even when these were initially submitted, these were identified as very quick projects. But again, there was a changeover in leadership. So we've met with their former director and the new one as well, just to sort of try to tie in those loose ends and get those going. It was the restaurant resiliency program, and then the not restaurants for Brookline. It was the restaurant seminar. Both of them had to do also with food insecurity, but those are very quick turnaround projects. So
Okay. So do you have a reasonable degree of confidence that those will be fulfilled, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
All right.
again, we have 2 years with those. The MOUs have already been done.
Okay.
So that's the big stressor right now, the obligation date. That's what we're kind of getting pushed up against come December 31st, 2024. So anything that already has those MOUs locked in, we're golden.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? Thank you. Very interesting and informative.
I do want to just add to John's question. One of the things I did not mention, the ARPA website, which is, I believe it's just the ARPA story for Brookline. We do have a big push that we're planning in the upcoming months to actually get all of that documentation on there. We want to make sure there's full transparency with ARPA, that you can actually tie out and trace where the funding's going, look at the quarterly reports as well. So that is one of our big pushes. Again, there is a lot of documentation. There's a lot of projects that we have to track and try to upload and make it cohesive and coherent. But that is something that is on our radar and a concern for us as well. So we want to make sure that the public has that information.
Great. Thank you so much.
Bernard?
Yes.
I'd like to give a short update on I'd like to give a short update on one ARPA project that's been floating out there for quite a while. And we now have a proposal that I think is sufficiently detailed and thought through to actually bring it to Tyler and get going on the paperwork for it. And it relates to affordable childcare. We set aside a substantial amount of money, recognizing we heard from community members that there was a serious gap in the availability of affordable childcare, particularly for children who were eligible for state vouchers, but there was no place in Brookline that accepted them. And so after doing a great deal of legwork, we have a complete proposal from the Trust Early Learning, which operates a child care facility on Harvard Street, just south of Stop and Shop. in partnership with the Brookline Community Foundation. And it's a plan that over a 4-year period will provide childcare for up to, and that is a stretch number, up to 38 children who are eligible for state vouchers or who live in subsidized housing, whether it's public housing or Section 8, or whose household income would make them eligible for that sort of support. And it's and that would persist over 2 years, and looking forward to having it run for 2 additional years with some additional fundraising that would be not our responsibility, but would nonetheless be done by the Trust Early Learning Center and perhaps with some help from the Community Foundation. So it's the specifics are laid out, they're available, and you'll see them in a proposal. But I did want to update the select board on that.
Great, great. Thank you. That's very helpful, very important for the community to know. Okay, next, Zero Admissions Advisory Board charge. Paul, you're the liaison to the ZAB.
Yep. So,
Want to present this?
sure, if that'll be okay, I'd be happy to spend a few minutes on it. So in our packet, there is a clean and redline version of an updated ZAB charge. The original ZAB charge was created prior to the creation of the Director of Sustainability and Natural Resources in the division. So that position and the actual division. And so after conversations with the chair and the town administrator, we initiated a process to update the charge. It wasn't easy. It did include input from directly from the chair of ZAB, working with Alexander Vecchio, who's the new Director of Sustainability and Natural Resources, and myself. We crafted an updated charge. We then solicited feedback from the chair, Bernard, from Chaz, from Aaron Shute, and was there anybody else? I think that was it. And of course, Alexandria. And they approved it. In principle, we then took it to ZAB. We held a public meeting with it, and ZAB discussed it, and the full ZAB board approved it as well. So what you have in front of you is an amended charge. And essentially, the two big things I think that you'll see in it is one, really highlighting the fact that ZAB is working with and advising the Director of Sustainability and Natural Resources. So this is a partnership. It is centered on the climate action plan, or an updated climate action plan. So they'll be working on that. And two, it acknowledges that, you know, it's a board that from time to time is asked to and will provide information and guidance to other boards and commissions, whether it be warrant articles or programs to increase electrification, or warrant articles, things like that. So it just updates the charge to, you know, get in line with things that they're actually doing. So,
David.
So one question I have, I noticed that in other discussions, we talk a lot about financial viability of proposals and budgeting. Maybe I missed it, but I don't see an explicit mention of budget or sort of addressing financial parameters. And I think that might be useful to incorporate.
yeah, so it's a great point. So as I said, I think the big thing here is that ZAB is working with and through the Director of Sustainability and Natural Resources. So the first step is an update to the climate action plan. Our climate action plan is a little dated. We're in the process of developing an RFP that will be publicized. So all of the work that really the division is doing. Remember that the ZAB is not a working group, right? It's an advisory board. And they have acted actually as a working group for a long time because they were on their own, because they didn't have really anybody to be working with. other than themselves. So, of course, anything financial would have to go through the division, put into the budget and come before the board for approval. So I think it's built into it.
It certainly would. I just think my the one hesitation, so coming over from school committee, when we would address environmental issues, something that would frequently come up as a suggestion is, well, why don't you have a full fleet of electric buses? And just financially, that's not realistic. And so while I think it's certainly fine to have a wish list and can be very useful, I do think that having some kind of formal budgetary metric by which proposals are evaluated can also be helpful.
I agree with that. I just don't think it should be in their charge, right? I mean, there's no other committee that we have that's a select board committee where we say you need to show financial liability or return on investment or whatever. They're an advisory board to us and to the director of sustainability. That would be part and parcel to anything that gets brought forward, mainly through the director of sustainability.
Yeah, and Alexander Vecchio would be responsible for making sure that any proposals make sense from a financial standpoint, both in terms of internal proposals as well as those that affect the outside world. So.
Any other thoughts?
Discussion? Are we going to vote on this? Yes, we are.
We do need to vote on it. Yep.
Okay.
So I would, if it's okay, I'd move adoption of the updated ZEB charge
Okay.
in the packet.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, free cash allocation into housing trust fund, affordable housing trust fund it should be. I see Anthony Bruno's in the audience. You want to tell us what you're talking about here?
Yes, I would love to. Could you put my presentation on? Yes, you got it. Thank you so much. So I'm just going to go over a little bit of why I think the Affordable Housing Trust Fund policy as it exists right now could be adjusted slightly to better reflect future needs. I'll run through this presentation and then I'll take any questions that you have. Brookline has made significant efforts to be inclusive and accessible to people of all income levels, but this progress is the result of a long history of consistent policy improvements. Next slide, please. A significant victory for low income and working people came in 1987 when Brookline established the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Brookline took the initiative by passing a home rule petition to create this fund years before the state granted the express authority for municipalities to do this. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund has played a massive role in our community. Next slide, please. In 2013, Brookline set the free cash policy related to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that we use today. It has not changed since. Notice here that in 2013, Brookline decided to add a cap to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Now, previously in 2013, there was not a cap. Free cash would go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund no matter how much money was in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. In 2013, that changed. And if the Affordable Housing Trust Fund had $5 million in it, it would not receive any allocations from free cash. Now, in principle, I actually agree with a cap. I think it is effective at encouraging the Housing Advisory Board to consistently spend money on affordable housing projects and not sit on capital too long. But I believe that there is one major drawback. This $5 million cap was set back in 2013. A lot has changed since then. Obama was president, I was in 8th grade, and $5 million could go a much longer way at funding construction projects than it could right now. Next slide, please. At the time, inflation had plateaued for almost a decade, and it did not constitute a big concern. However, the unexpected long-term price effects of COVID have taken its toll. The chart above illustrates the producer price index of construction materials indexed to the year 1982. As shown, the index stood at 208.4. Today, it is 332.6. Prices of construction materials since 2013 have inflated 59.2%. Next slide, please. What does this mean? Well, it means that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, has at its maximum capacity a purchasing power of only 63% of what it did back in 2013. If the cap had kept up with inflation, it would stand today at $8 million. In addition, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund would have received slightly more funding. This is not a huge number, but it would have received slightly more funding than it did over the last decade. While small in scale,
Mhm.
this money could have gone to building a better future for the most vulnerable in our community. If the policy does not change in the years to come, the amount of money the Affordable Housing Trust Fund will miss out on will be massive. Decreasing the purchasing power of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund over time was, I believe, not the original intent of the free cash policy, and we should remedy this problem. Currently, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund has $5 million in it right now. I tried to reach out to Roger Blood, but I could not get a hold of him. And Jonathan Klein tried to give me information on what the expected expenditures are for the year. But if the Affordable Housing Trust Fund does not spend over like $1.2 million this year, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund will miss out on money that it would have received if the cap had kept up with inflation. Next slide, please. Amid a housing crisis where the cost of shelter is the leading driver of inflation and working families, seniors, and people with disabilities are struggling to maintain secure housing, Brookline risks falling short on its commitment to adequately fund affordable housing projects in the years ahead. Next slide, please. This data is excluding 2025. 2025 saw a huge deposit from free cash into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, but I couldn't include the year 2025 because I don't have the expenditure data. But the trend is clear. Free cash contributions to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund have been declining over time. Next slide, please. Here we can see as a proportion, here you can see that on a proportional basis, free cash used to be the largest source of funding for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. This is no longer the case. In some ways, this is good because it means more of the money is coming from developers, but this is not consistent or reliable funding. Brookline should do more of an effort to make free cash a reliable and future-proof. I highlighted, bolded, and italicized the future-proof phrase there, funding source for affordable housing. To make this possible, I propose we adjust the cap of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund so that it is properly indexed to the purchasing power it had when the policy was first written in 2013. I view this could happen in two ways. Next slide, please. First, the town could index the $5 million cap to the producer price index for construction materials to 2013. Or alternatively, the town can take inspiration from the free cash policy related to the CIP and set the Affordable Housing Trust Fund cap as a percentage of last year's net revenue. Since $5 million in 2013 was about 2.4 of the prior year's net revenue, the select board, I suggest, should place the cap of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund at around 2.5% of the prior year's net revenue. Either of these approaches restore the original intent of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund free cash policy and make good on the promise we made to the people in our community. What I want to make clear here is that no new money is directly being spent through this proposal. We are simply asking the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to be allowed to accumulate as much purchasing power as it did back in 2013 while still getting deposits from free cash. This would not change the 15% remaining clause of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. It would still only receive 15% of all remaining free cash once it hits the Affordable Housing Trust Fund bucket of the waterfall. Next slide, please. And this will be my second to last one. Last one. Brookline has created a bold housing production plan, which calls on 9.2% of the town's housing stock to be affordable by 2040. The percentage of our affordable housing stock has plateaued in recent years, and if we are to meet this goal, we need a smart policy that future-proofs, again, there's that phrase, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund's income sources so it can do its job in the years to come. And lastly, I've spoken a few times in front of town, and I've come across mostly as a numbers guy. It can come across as heartless sometimes, maybe possibly boring, but in all honesty, I think it's anything but. My politics are rooted in a deep and radical sense of empathy, and this empathy informs my priorities. And how we choose to spend the money we do have as a town, our budget, is our list of priorities. So I hope to make our future free cash policy reflect these empathetic priorities in the years to come and fund the affordable housing the way it deserves to be funded and how we promised we would back in 2013. Thank you. And so I would love to take any of your questions you have and feedback.
David.
So I have a couple questions. So you showed and thank you for the presentation, very helpful and in-depth. You showed a graph of the producer price index for construction materials indexed in 1982. What's particularly special about 1982?
A lot of the producer price index materials that are kept up by the Federal Reserve of St. Louis always indexed to 82. Yeah, 82 is 100, okay? 82 is the 100 basis. So it was 204.5 back in 2013. Today it's 330, whatever I said it was.
I see. And then my second question, you mentioned as one of the potential remedies, a new cap of 2 to 2.5% of the prior year's revenue.
Mhm.
You're selecting 2 and 2.5 to keep up with inflation.
So I'm selecting 2 and 2.5 because the goal that I view is try to keep up with the original intent of the 2013 free cash policy. So in 2013, when the select board and the town administrator put that $5 million cap, it represented about 2.4% of prior year's net revenue. I imagine that by putting that cap now to 2.5, 2.4, 2.3, whatever, we're now restoring that original intent. Is it better? Is it whether or not it's better to keep it to the producer price index or that? I'm going to leave up to you guys, but I wanted to make the problem notable. And so maybe something could be done on it.
Mike.
That's very interesting. You and I have discussed this a fair amount, and on balance, I'm really very appreciative of you bringing it forward. It's a really interesting idea. The one thing I'm concerned about is that there's a saying that the generals tend to get ready to prepare for the last war.
Yeah.
And 1982, one of the reasons that 1982 is the index base is that was the end of a period of very high inflation. And inflation came back down. The Federal Reserve hiked up interest rates to astronomical rates, and it squeezed down inflation. And we haven't had another period of inflation like that until COVID hit, which is sort of a black swan event, not the kind of thing that you typically expect. So I think that we can look forward to a lower level, and the idea of indexing to inflation, it may not give you quite what you think you might be able to achieve, but it certainly would help. Just be aware of in between 1982 and 2021, 2022. Inflation was nothing like what you see in that chart. The other thing is that the Community Preservation Act is now a source of funds. If you were to say that we should set 2.4% or 2.5%, including money from the Community Preservation Act, I think that would be a proper way of setting a target. And those are my two comments.
Right. Well,
Yeah, thank you for the idea. It is creative. Language does matter. And as you said, you're a numbers guy. You have 5 people up here that are very dedicated to affordable housing. I think every one of us is a strong supporter. It's a little preachy when you talk to us that we're not doing enough. You missed it because you came in late, but we just approved $7.5 million out of the Affordability Housing Trust Fund for Walnut High. And to answer your question, which you asked, Roger wasn't here, or you weren't able to get a hold of him, the balance will be 0 because we just drained it. So, we're very committed to affordable housing.
Great.
The other question I have is, the only question I have is you keep mentioning the cap, the $5 million cap. It's not a cap. It's a minimum threshold that if the funds fall below 5 million, I believe that's when it triggers us to add free cash. Is that correct? Or so you keep saying we're capping it. Actually, we're not. We're saying never fall. If you fall below 5 million, we then add in money. So you may not, I think there's something you have a misunderstanding about how it's working.
So the reason I maybe cap might be not the best word, but I think like if the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is over 5 million, it doesn't receive free cash funding, right?
Correct.
So that's all I meant by it.
Right, because we set that as the minimum, and we've got roads and parks and infrastructure and other things that we need to maintain. And I also would say that, and finally, that with all the prices going up, you do realize that the developer's contribution is increasing, right? Because their costs are going up. So it already is kind of directly tied, their contributions, to inflation as well. So I think that's kind of built into the system.
Chaz?
I do just want to flag, and I think this is important for you and the community and folks to know, is that at the end of the free cash waterfall, there's a section called special use. And that does say that remaining free cash can be used to augment the trust funds, and including, and it mentions by name, the Affordable Housing Trust. So in the event that there is a special project or there's not enough money in the fund, but there's a community desire to use that funds on a one-time basis to exceed what would ordinarily go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the free cash policy gives us the safety valve to do that. So in circumstances where there is a targeted need and there's not enough money in there, we can draw from the special use at the end of the waterfall, which this year, for example, went significantly into the CIP. If there was, for example, a need for a large-scale affordable housing injection into that fund, we could do that if we have the free cash available at the end. So hopefully, as you go through this discussion with folks, that's just also helpful information for folks to know that the select board has the authority to augment what they put in, even if it's above 5 million, if they need.
John.
Anthony, thank you very much for bringing this to us. But I do have some problems with the fundamentals of this. And if I'm asking a question that has some sort of flawed premise, just please let me know. I hear you saying that we should have a free cash policy for putting money into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that is driven by the inflation in the costs of housing.
That's one of the proposals that I
Okay.
put up there. Yeah.
So if housing costs increase faster than food costs, do we rob food to pay for housing? Same thing for education costs. Do we rob education to pay for housing? How do we keep up with one of the highest increasing prices, price indicators, when there are other things that are essential that don't increase as fast that we'll have to suffer in order for us to, feed the housing inflation
Yeah,
monster.
that makes sense. That makes sense. And I think that's a pretty good argument for why maybe tying it to the producer price index, if you don't like that idea, it's a better method to do prior year net revenue, the same way we kind of do the CIP, right? I believe the select board recently changed the CIP to equal 8% at the end of the free cash waterfall and then supplement it with special purpose. I believe that happened recently. And so I guess it's kind of the same thing. The way that the CIP gets funded to 8%, I guess it's the same principle where the Affordable Housing Trust Fund could get funded up to 2.5, possibly in the waterfall, but not mandatory to 2.5, just, as much as the remaining 15% of the remaining free cash in the waterfall would be able to get you there, So I do understand what you're saying, but I think that the second proposal there doesn't concern that issue too much.
Okay. Thanks for presenting this to us.
Thank you.
David.
Just following up to Mike's point about incorporating the CPA into this calculation. CPA, of course, has 3 different items you can spend on, and affordable housing is just one of the 3. So I'm not sure that would completely work.
Well, okay, so CPA, the only reason I mentioned CPA is that it is potentially a source of funds and is in fact, at least in this year, I believe, likely to be a source of funds. And that if we're looking at setting what a reasonable level is for the trust, we should include the money that goes in. It's not a matter of saying that there's any guarantee of money coming out of the CPA into the Affordable Housing Trust.
I see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We hear you. We will analyze it and act accordingly.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have some public hearings on warrant articles. Fun, warrant article 7. Then table 5.01 in the town's zoning bylaws to restrict height to 2.5 stories in select S, SC, and T districts and revise the definition of story as in building stories, not fairy tales. In section 2.19, planning and community development. See Maria Morelli is at the podium.
Yes, good evening. I'm just pulling up my slides. Where's share? Oh, sorry, I just want to pull up the share.
Need help?
I think I'm okay. Yeah, okay. All right, and one more click and we'll be on our way. Okay. Maria Morelli, Senior Planner in the Department of Planning and Community Development's Regulatory Division. And this is Warrant Article 7, max story height in select districts. And the premise here is threefold. We'd like to encourage adaptive reuse while allowing ADUs in single-family homes and avoid potential conflicts with the Affordable Homes Act, which was recently passed. We'd also like to reinforce the prevailing neighborhood character while allowing expanded living area or new construction to facilitate smaller units, especially in those two-family districts that are susceptible to new lot-size units. And this is really the premise that is driven by the planning board. They were very keen on having us do this particular warrant article this year. And last, a little proactive planning to initiate form-based zoning, very basic form-based zoning prior to exploring the +1 ADU concept as an adaptive reuse strategy in the two-family Toxteth-Perry neighborhood. So what types of districts are affected? These are what we would call residential neighborhood districts. They have small to medium footprints, small to medium lots, detached house scale, and the neighborhoods themselves are really at risk for loss of moderately sized units. Maybe you've heard the term missing middle housing. Those are the neighborhoods that are between more suburban living and city living, where there's really promise for compact units that can really serve the needs of, a wider range of people who need housing at different stages of their life. The typical zoning districts that are affected are, again, the smaller ones. The numeral pertains to the minimum lot size required in thousands. So that would be S4, SC, S7, SC, S10, and the two-family districts, T5 and T6. The ones that are excluded in those gray areas are what we call the estate districts, not because they're special, but because that particular need or that risk isn't pronounced there. The T5NH and the MBTA communities overlay have their own 2.5-story regulations. So what would change in the bylaw? We would simply add a 2.5-story cap to the table of dimensional requirements in the zoning table 501. There would be no change to any of the other dimensional requirements or to the max height of 35 feet. And again, it is those select S, SC, and T districts. There would be a new definition of half-story. The one that's there now is based on the T5NH. So it would be 70% of the floor area of the floor below. That really doesn't work town-wide. So this new definition, which is when you see the slope of that roof, when it hits the sidewall, that sidewall can not be more than 2 feet. This is typical of the development pattern. It's a very common form of measurement. We've vetted it with the building department and also have done our own surveys. What wouldn't change, there'd be no change to the provisions that allow one to exceed the max floor area ratio under Section 522. There's also a provision in the statute, the Zoning Act, Mass General Law 48, Section 6, which says basically that if you have a pre-existing nonconformity, even if that building is demolished, you can extend that, and there is no cap. Density is not covered here, so this is really policy neutral. Density would be managed via the ADU bylaw or any future zoning that you wish to explore, namely the Toxteth-Perry study. So there's relative success with the T5NH, which I'll go over in a minute, that really suggests a basic way to encourage adaptive reuse. And the logic is if the majority of the existing neighborhood pattern consists of half stories, then codify it with a basic massing standard. This gives the town time to right-size the zoning. I'm not going to go through this timeline, but for the past 20 years, there's really been a struggle. The town has struggled with floor area ratio in encouraging conversions in existing structures and managing bulk and unit size in a predictable way. So these various techniques really haven't worked. The T5NH is more akin to form-based zoning and shows a little bit of promise, which is why the planning board has given us this directive based on the frustration they've seen with 48 cases, which larger units are really replacing perfectly fine, moderately sized housing. There's also some desire in the Tuxteth Perry area to examine or explore a third unit, but only with form-based zoning. And the Affordable Homes Act, Section 8, which pertains to the ADUs, this really necessitates some interim massing standards, which I'll get to in a second. So not to go over everything, but I know that there are two pinch points. One happens to be, how does this jive with the comprehensive plan? As you know, the planning department is managing this with the steering committee. And of course, our planning director ensures that all of our divisions work in a very coordinated way. What this would do was really would stabilize neighborhoods that have a high degree of unrealized FAR. And I'll show you a table of what that looks like. That unrealized FAR entices developers to rebuild those Lux units. Some of these structures are actually historically significant. These lucrative opportunities are not going to be deterred by the comp plan. Therefore, we feel this really gives town some breathing room so that the town can enact zoning that reflects values for neighborhood character, housing choice, sustainability, social equity, and so forth. Again, I mentioned that there is going to be some exploration of a +1 or third unit. This is nothing that would be foisted. It's just something that would be explored as an adaptive reuse technique. There are folks who are worried that the 2.5 height cap is really downzoning or is a preemptive strike against truly exploring the third unit. It is not. This is something that we see in other communities that have 3-family, where they have that 2.5-story cap to retain existing housing stock. We've talked to developers and they've said, actually, this is a way to, we're really trying to have as much square footage. So if what we want to do is max FAR, but if we have massing standards, we might have smaller units, say in an attic or an addition. And that really opens up the range of unit sizes that would be available. So again, providing that cap isn't necessarily making those units uneconomic. So the initial reading from developers is that they can work with it and might even prefer to have some parameters. The risk of doing nothing is really twofold. Owners can seek protections under the Affordable Homes Act for the ADUs, making FAR regulations less relevant and the pace of demos unpredictable. And secondly, the existing floor area ratio in T districts is very low compared to the max allowed FAR. So that disconnect means that the planning board has little leverage now to deter demos of some historically significant homes. And again, we're seeing these larger units, which make us wonder, what are we losing in the process in these middle missing housing districts? The idea, again, is that a basic massing standard complements FAR to encourage adaptive reuse. So the strategy is, if there are two things to glean from the Affordable Homes Act, is that ADUs that comply with the act but do not comply with FAR, and in Brookline's case, open space requirements, must be permitted. And this is something that we have vetted very carefully with town council and feels that this is really prudent. Anything that doesn't comply must be permitted. The other piece is that the act says you shall provide a special permit option for more than one ADU on the same lot. It provides no cap. We've talked to many planning associations, third-party council, and folks, if you don't have a cap, it could mean maybe 17 ADUs. So the way that we're managing it in Warrant Article 15 is putting a cap of 2 max ADUs on single-family homes. One would be market rate and one subsidized. The 2.5-story massing really is going to be useful for those internal and attached ADUs. The separate ADU bylaw has its own massing standards. Again, we want to have some predictability while we're allowing more density, and that's necessitated by the act. The other strategy really pertains to what's going on with the T5 and the T6 districts. The max FAR is 1 and 0.75 respectively. So you can see the lot ranges in the tables above. They range from very small to actually very large. So if you think about floor area ratio as a percentage of the lot area, this is not a metric that's going to give you predictable outcomes, especially that 1.0. If you look at lots that are really in the mid-size range from 5 to 10,000 square feet, you can see that the median existing FAR is so low. It's half of that or even lower. That unrealized FAR is what entices demolitions because developers they feel that this is an entitlement. The more instruction you give, if you will, in your zoning that helps you achieve what you want, will help you get those results.
We're at 10 minutes.
Okay, and I think I'm really almost done. I think I just wanted to maybe say why small units matter. This is drawn from the M district. You can see here they both $900 to $1,000 a square foot. The parcel on the right could have built 6 units, but built 3. And one of them sold for 3.7 million. So this is really just in a nutshell, the M1 has the same max FAR as the T5 and the F1. Okay, so I can take any questions if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. Michael?
No, thank you, Maria. That's, as usual, very, very clear presentation. And I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to give you a preamble to the question that will make you say, uh-oh, but it's just a preamble because the question isn't intended as a gotcha question. It's, it's a question that I think has to be asked. So if you set the zoning based on what's there, there's isn't it seems to me that there's a bias against increasing density. And that bias only goes away if you then do something during the breathing room that you talked about. And so my question is, what does planning intend to do? For example, do you intend to go back and look at form-based zoning more broadly? How long do you think that might take? How does that integrate with the comprehensive plan?
Yes.
Those are the sorts of things that come out. If breathing room is great, but if all you're doing is, that doesn't help. You've got to do something else
Yes.
during the breathing room.
Well, I'm happy to answer that question. And if I had a tighter set, I probably could have gotten to some slides that addressed it.
Yep.
So thanks to the select board's generosity, the planning department received almost $300,000 to hire Opticos Design to do the form-based zoning for Harvard Street. That framework provides a 2.5-story framework that we can customize, and we will be using as our template for the Toxteth Perry. So we are planning to come to town meeting in a year from now, in 2025, with zoning that we've worked with the planning board and with the community. Again, we're not foisting it. We're not making decisions for town meeting. But to your point, we do have to complement the comp plan with a mechanism that informs that work.
Great, thank you.
Oh,
Yep, thank you, Bernard. Thank you, Maria. So I had 2 quick questions. First, how many parcels or how many units does this zoning change impact?
So for the T5, there are about, if we were to look at single and 2 family, so I'm not looking at the total units, but if we look at single and 2 family, there are about 660. For T6, there are about 320 single and 2 family lots. And I don't have all of the figures for the S districts, and I can get back to you on that.
I mean, so S district, would you consider it to be similar in scope to the others? So
Well, the T districts are a little bit more dense.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want to actually
we're
extrapolate.
well over 1,000,
Mhm.
probably heading towards 1,500,
Okay,
right? Would you agree with that?
that's a fair number. Again, I
So-
mentioned that I'd get back to you.
Okay, and then you mentioned the planning board a couple of times.
Yes.
When did the planning board give you this directive?
So this has been in the past few years, and I think maybe directive is a strong word, but they They really were looking for some kind of leverage because some of the cases they've seen where they've spent maybe 4 to 5 hearings, and I don't really want to give you those addresses because I don't really want to call it anyone's home and say this was a
fine,
bad idea.
yeah.
But they have seen examples where for example, T districts where you have the high FAR, where perfectly fine historic structure was proposed to be demolished for something that was really out of scale with the neighborhood. There was a great deal of consternation in the neighborhood. The planning board, with no leverage, really had to negotiate with the applicant. There's nothing that requires that applicant to actually satisfy the select board,
I
or
guess
excuse
what-
me, the planning board.
Let me, I guess I want to go back to my question, like when did we start working on this? A year ago, 6 months ago, 3 years ago?
No,
When
so
did
back in
actually we
fall-
translate it?
Yes, so fall 2022, you might recall that town meeting directed staff to come up with study mechanisms to deter demolitions. And almost immediately in spring 2023, we came with the T5NH. But that wasn't the end of it. We were still looking for other mechanisms to really spread the wealth in other areas that are just as susceptible. So this work is ongoing.
Yeah.
The planning board wanted us to extend T5NH to all T districts. We said, we cannot do that. But a very kind of policy neutral way to do this that makes sense is to have a 2.5-story cap, which again, doesn't get us into this presumptuous position where we're rezoning everything, but we're putting something there that is, if you were to rezone, Paul, you probably would be looking at a 2.5-story cap in a
Yeah.
lot of these established neighborhoods.
Thank you. You answered my question well. Can I ask one more, Bernard? And then I sat through, of course, your presentation to the land use subcommittee, and there was a lot of feedback and concerns, a lot of concerns that were raised. I don't have them all. I was looking for their report. They haven't published it yet. But one of the things that was raised, and I heard the story, people were saying it's down zoning, it's preventing housing, which I don't know whether that's true or not, but I'm concerned about it because I think those voices need to be heard. It's important. But the one that caught me was our inability to actually control unit size. So where we, as a community, and again, I'm chair of the comprehensive plan, so I'm trying to get this feedback from the community before we make all these decisions. But unit size has been an important issue that's been raised.
Right.
And this necessarily doesn't help with that. We just may get more $3 million large units, right? Is that true?
So Paul, this is not the be all and end all. This is a building block. And one of the things it'll do in the very short term, this is a 2-part answer. In the short term, it will at least discourage the demolition. So people are doing an addition. So we've seen people go from 7,500 square feet of living area to maybe, 62 just in the course of the planning board's negotiation. So they're going far below their max FAR because they just really want to get out of there. The part 2 is, so we would at least be curbing some of these demolitions to make adaptive reuse possible. The part 2 is, we are so excited about the Toxteth Perry because we are looking at not only +1, but maybe even large ADUs as a way to cap unit size in a way that can be feasible and economic.
Yeah.
Because if you look at that pattern there, a lot of what people want to do, they're homeowners. They don't want to convert to a 2-family.
And
So
and
that's one way to cap unit size.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
David.
You talked about how part of the motive behind this is to essentially preserve and or increase more affordably priced middle class units. And to that end, you propose a redefinition of a half story. Could you expand on how the redefinition of a half story achieves that result? That's part 1. And then part 2, you also mentioned about how this bylaw would complement a proposed amendment to the ADU bylaw, which would allow up to 2 ADUs per lot, attached or detached. Could you also elaborate on how that fits in?
Yes. So why don't we take the ADU first? Because what I didn't say is that Section 8 of the Affordable Homes Act goes into effect February 8th, 2025. Okay, so there are a lot of unknowns. We don't know how town meeting will vote on warrant Article 15. We also don't know, regardless of how town meeting votes on warrant Article 15, how people will test the Affordable Homes Act to see what they can build. Okay, because there are some of these unknowns, it is a protective measure. It is not economically infeasible, but what it does, it gives some predictability over the massing, because what we'd like people to do is we want people to use their attics, their basements, put on additions, certainly no problem with the detached, but at least to provide some parameters. When you have no massing, you could build, say, 3 stories with a flat roof. There's nothing wrong architecturally. I permit apartment buildings all the time, but in these particular districts, that might not necessarily be the prevailing pattern. So we're not going to encourage adaptive reuse if we don't have some massing standards. And that's pretty much my answer, I guess, segues into, I guess, your first question. How do we have, I think, the adaptive reuse or
Well, the redefinition of a half story and
right, so
how that ties in.
right, because right now you just have a max height of 35 feet. It could be 3 stories. The half story means that you're going to have probably less square footage on that top floor, but certainly habitable area and enough. You could have a 1,200 square foot unit on a 6,500 square foot lot, whereas that might be a 2,500 square foot unit on the top floor if you didn't have any massing standards.
Okay, this is the first of 5 public hearings on warrant articles. Tiffany, you want to open up the hearing?
Yes, now that the chair has opened up the hearing, I did not have any individuals sign up in advance for warrant Article 7. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this particular warrant article? There's approximately 10 individuals in the audience, and no one looks like they wish to speak at this time. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak on warrant Article 7? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. There are approximately 20 participants online, and it looks like no one wishes to comment.
Okay, I will quickly close the hearing. And unless anyone has any other questions or comments, we can go on to the next article. Okay, warrant Article 12, amend town zoning bylaws to add a section on outdoor lighting standards in residential districts. By the way, thank you, Maria. That was a very helpful presentation. Appreciate it.
This one is Nicole Pare, who's online.
Okay. Nicole, how are you doing?
You're on mute, Nicole.
Thanks, Tiffany. Hi, I'm Nicole Pare, the zoning coordinator and planner with the Regulatory Division of the Planning and Community Development Department. This warrant article proposes to add a section on outdoor lighting for residential districts to our zoning bylaw. This is in response to residents' complaints about glare and light trespass. This new section would provide the building commissioner with accessible, measurable standards to make enforcement easier. It has come to our attention that the current zoning bylaw doesn't do enough to address light pollution and glare. Staff feels that we've established clear guidelines to make easily digestible, practical standards to foster enforcement by the building department. We relied on definitive standards that are set by the Illuminating Engineering Society, IES, and the community member input, as well as municipal regulations and the expertise of Jennifer Pizak, who's a lighting designer and a resident of Brookline. The 5 key standards that IES developed are that lighting should be useful, lighting should be only used when necessary, no brighter than necessary, and warmer temperatures should be used whenever possible. So the proposal would apply to outdoor lighting only in our residential districts, with the potential to add more complex requirements and standards for our commercial and other districts later on. This section would not apply to Harvard Street form-based zoning code, which has its own more complicated set of guidelines that are based on the backlight, uplight, and glare abbreviated bug rating requirements, and that serves as our pilot program for regulating light in our commercial districts. The key regulations that we're proposing here for the residential districts are that luminaires shall be fully shielded, color temperature shall be no more than 3,000 kelvins. There shall be no more than a 5-foot trespass of light onto another property. We established specific hours from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. for cafe lighting, tree lighting, and shielded directional lighting. And then we put some limitation on flood lighting. So here's an example of what fully shielded versus partially shielded would look like. You can see that there is a great deal of light pollution that comes with the partially shielded lights. So we're proposing fully shielded luminaires only, which is the image on the bottom. The top image here shows the color temperature at 3,000 Kelvin creates a warmer light, like the first three colors to the left. It's a warm spectrum light. And here are just some examples of fully shielded luminaires versus what would not be allowed. We did have a public safety subcommittee who voted to refer this back to the planning department for further review. The public safety subcommittee felt that the general bylaw was needed in conjunction with the zoning bylaw in order to require enforcement on existing non-conforming lights, and they didn't agree that public buildings should be exempted. And the planning board just voted this evening to recommend favorable action with a minor revision to clarify dark sky luminaires. So that was the end of my presentation. I can take any questions that you might have.
Paul.
Yep, thank you. And thank you for including the votes of the other committees. It's very hard for us to keep track of what's going on. That's helpful. I have personal experience with this problem, and it is a problem. Depending on where you live, there can be some very bright lights on the back of parking lots and commercial buildings and some private homes that infiltrate. I am curious about the feedback about the bylaw and enforcement. So for example, how would you test the warmth of the light and enforce that? I think it's a great idea to have more warm lights, but what would we do? How would we enforce that?
Well, it would be based on the building commissioner. If he received a complaint, he would go out and either look at the light or inspect the light. I think that
what authority? So does he have the authority to go do that if there's not an enforcement bylaw, Chaz? So he's enforcing the building code?
Yes, he enforces the building code.
So he would go out and,
Yeah.
okay, so you don't have the proper
No.
shield and stuff like that. So he can enforce.
He can enforce
this
yes.
this specific zoning.
Yes.
bylaw. Okay, that's really helpful. And does he have the ability to fine
Let me take a look. I mean, town council might be able to provide some feedback on this.
It does have the ability to fight. So there is an enforcement mechanism in place here, which is the building commission. Okay, thank you.
David.
The question has come up at other meetings, I believe, not before us, whether there's a retroactive impact on this or whether it is only prospective, meaning if there's a pre-existing light that's infiltrating another parcel, does that light get to stay in place since this comes in under zoning?
Right. Do you have an answer to that, Nicole?
we had run it by town council, and he did not feel that it would apply to existing non-conforming lights. I did speak with the building commissioner, who said that if he received a complaint, he would use the existing bylaw to enforce any glare or light trespass. So there is one section in it's not really in the right place, but it's in our sign bylaw that says that no light shall trespass on other properties. It's a very brief bullet just in the sign regulations.
Where is that? It's in this, do you know what section that is?
Yes, let me pull it up.
I'll call the building commissioner tomorrow and take care of my problem. So David, that does sound like it would, you'd be able to go back and apply that to. It's part of the standby. If you want to look that up and send it to me later, you don't need to answer that.
there
right
it
now.
is.
Oh, she found it.
Good luck reading it.
This incidentally is E code, which is the very impressive system that we have now for zoning bylaws.
It's 7.06 B.
Okay, thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
This is, oh, John, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I just want to echo a couple of the questions that have been asked already. In that, I want to have a chance to look at the Advisory Committee, Public Safety Subcommittee's report on this, because I have heard some questions raised. Sounds like some of the other members have heard questions raised about, the lack of retroactivity in the zoning change proposal, which would result in very good standards going forward, but not offer much relief to people who are facing a situation today, a nuisance situation. I respect the answer that's been given that there is actually in the current bylaw some language, but I take it it's probably not as well defined and not potentially not as restrictive, potentially not as enforceable as excuse me, a newly drafted bylaw would be. So I'm going to reserve judgment until I see the Public Safety Subcommittee report of the Advisory Committee.
Yeah, we're not voting tonight anyway.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
David.
So one last point on the retroactivity issue. Is the planning department considering for a subsequent town meeting to pursue a dark skies bylaw?
A lot of the requirements that we put into this bylaw are dark sky relevant as far as the fully shielded. We did get a recommendation from planning board that all the luminaires shall be dark sky certified. So it does borrow from the dark sky. I'm not sure that we want to promote dark sky at this time because we are so close to Boston and we do have our commercial districts that might not be 100% dark sky, but we did borrow from dark sky principles.
Paul.
I want to understand with my colleagues a little bit more about this retroactive issue of zoning versus bylaw. So if we do it in zoning, it's going forward, right? And which we'd need to do anyway, if we're going to prevent lights from being installed in the future that are pointing at your bedroom or wherever, backyard. And we could always come back, whatever the legal process is, to be able to go backwards and say you can't have, if you have a pre-existing condition, we can get you to change that by either modifying the sign bylaw, section 7.06B, or creating a bylaw. But why, I'm just curious, are you suggesting that we not move forward with the zoning bylaw because we can't go backwards?
No, not suggesting
Okay.
that at all.
Okay.
Just as an addition, because the concern is, as John mentioned, that this will be great in terms of setting standards for moving forward.
Yep.
But it might not address existing conditions.
Agree.
May I
Yeah.
add to that answer? As I understand it, the reason for the concern is, as David cited, but to further explain, if there is going to be on the books the zoning change, and then there's some further work to come up with a bylaw that addresses the same problem, the bylaw will have to be consistent with what has been put into the zoning, or else you've got two different standards at work. And if there is in the zoning change, some lack of tough standard that people want to see changed, people have been told that that would require a 2/3 vote, and they sort of feel like we got to get it right the first time, or we could end up, being stuck with what's in the zoning change forever, just because it'll be so hard to get a 2/3 vote to change that. This may seem convoluted, but it's kind of what people are thinking about. Yeah.
I hear you. I just,
Could we maybe get town council to explain this, the distinction between whether it comes in through a zoning scheme or through a general restriction that's nuisance related?
Yes.
Good evening, Joe Callanan, Town Council. So the concepts that you're running into problems with, if you zone if you regulate an activity through zoning, then when you change that regulation, you have to protect or acknowledge pre-existing non-conforming uses, okay? So where we regulate it in zoning and we want to change that illumination bylaw in the future, something that's non-compliant to the future zoning bylaw would be a non-conforming use that you have to recognize and preserve. Lighting can be regulated also as a nuisance under a general bylaw. So if we started off as a general bylaw in regulating, it's much easier because when you change a general bylaw, you can then say at that point, all things, not just future uses, all things have to comply with a general bylaw. The problem is switching horses in midstream. So if it's typically been regulated as zoning, you got to stay in that lane. If it's typically been regulated as a general bylaw, you got to stay in that lane. You have trouble when you start switching and saying, well, we don't like it as zoning, we'll make it a general bylaw. Those are usually unenforceable. So there's a problem that you have with starting off in zoning. You're probably going to have to regulate or recognize the pre-existing non-conforming uses.
Thank you. So, David?
So I have one follow-up. Given that we're already in regular zoning, does that mean that you believe a bylaw, such as a dark skies bylaw, perhaps with some modifications to acknowledge our highly commercial areas, would not be enforceable?
I'm saying it's much harder. I'm not saying it's impossible, but when you do that, the court's going to look at that very skeptically. That's the problem that we had with the neighborhood conservation districts in Hancock Village. Land court said that was typically something that we had regulated by zoning, and we tried to do it as a general bylaw. So we already have a history in town where we've kind of switched those things, and we got to recognize that if we're starting in one lane, you should stay in that one lane. I'm not saying it's impossible to switch lanes. It's just very difficult, and the courts have already chastised us for switching lanes.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Tiffany, did you open the public hearing?
Yes, now that the chair has opened the public hearing, there are no individuals that signed up in advance. However, it looks like Jocelyn Murphy is raising her hand to make a comment. Jocelyn, I'm promoting you now. You should be able to start your video if you're comfortable and begin your 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I just wanted to respond to a couple of things that have been said. First of all, I think town council's comments are exactly why this bylaw should not be approved, because we don't currently have a lighting bylaw. As Nicole pointed out, there's one clause in the sign bylaw, in the zoning bylaw, that refers to lighting, which says all lighting shall be installed and maintained so that no direct light or glare shines on any street or nearby property. That's pretty limited in its scope. And what is being suggested here is fairly significant. Enforcement of the bylaw is found in section 9 of the zoning bylaw. And I just wanted to make a few comments. You know, frankly, the way I see this is that it encourages, I'm sorry, Jocelyn Murphy, town meeting member in precinct 16, by the way, and I should share that I'm a member of the advisory subcommittee that reviewed this article. And so the subcommittee voted to recommend that this be referred back to the planning department. And one of the significant reasons for that is that the committee felt that the town should really be taking a holistic look at lighting for the reasons that town council just mentioned, and frankly, for the reasons that Mr. Van Scoyac just framed. Frankly, I think that the proposed warrant article actually encourages additional lighting, because, for example, where flood lighting and decorative lighting is not currently permitted other than to illuminate walks and driveways and things of that nature, you know, under this proposal, it would permit any directional flood lighting, and landscaping lighting and tree up lighting, for example. It would permit lighting for landscaping, for architectural features and recreational facilities. And it also would allow an extra hour of lighting in the evening until midnight instead of 11 p.m., which is what appears in the sign bylaw. But most importantly, it really doesn't solve the existing complaints that triggered the drafting of this bylaw, I understand, came from residents who are disturbed by lighting in their yards from neighbors and so forth, because it would not apply retroactively. So I think we really do need a general bylaw. I would point out that the town has a sign zoning bylaw and a sign general bylaw. So there is certainly room now where we don't have a comprehensive lighting zoning bylaw to enact more comprehensive general bylaw that restricts lighting appropriately. So I would suggest, the report hasn't been completed yet, but I would suggest that the select board adopt the recommendation of the advisory subcommittee, which has not gone to the full advisory committee yet, which is to refer this matter back to the planning department for a more holistic look at lighting.
That concludes your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Richard Nangle. Richard, I'm promoting you now. You should be able to start your video and begin your 3 minutes if you're comfortable.
Hi there, Richard Nangle, town meeting member, precinct 15. And I just want to make sure, do I understand town council to be saying that the best course of action is to not go with this zoning bylaw and to come back with a dark skies general bylaw, because that would be enforceable? Because that's what's important here, is that there's so much ambient light right now that needs to be dealt with, and we need to be able to enforce that. But I just want to be sure that this is what town council is saying. Thank you.
I don't think it is, but I'll take it as what you're saying, Richard.
Okay. Let's see here. Are there any other speakers who wish to speak on warrant Article 12 at this time? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature. Okay, is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on this particular warrant article? Yes.
From my personal, Elisa Plazanja, Precinct 8, from my personal situation, this is a problem in town. I mean, I have spent sleepless nights from lights from my neighbors, and it creates a very difficult situation where, you know, you don't want to confront your neighbor and like, can you turn that light down? Can you turn that light off? We should implement a dark skies policy that's reasonable while still protecting safety. And if this warrant article isn't it, we should go back to the drawing board, because lighting is a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak at this time? There are approximately 10 participants in the room and 20 online, and no one else is indicating that they wish to speak.
Okay, thank you. Unless anyone else on the select board has any comments or wrap up or questions, I'll close the hearing and or I'll first close the hearing and then see if anyone on the select board. David.
Well, I just think in summation to Richard's point, I interpreted it somewhat similarly. So town council, I believe, was stating that if you are regulating something by zoning, it needs to stay in zoning. You can't suddenly switch over. Well, you can, but it's difficult to enforce, switch over to general bylaw. And if right now we don't have a lighting in our zoning, and now all of a sudden we create a bylaw or we add lighting into our zoning scheme, then we're actually making it harder to address current ambient light that is adversely impacting neighbors. So I would share the concern about moving forward with a change to our zoning if that's actually going to inhibit what we are intending to regulate.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask one question, Bernard?
Sure.
Why did we decide to put this in zoning instead of general bylaw? Maybe that would be helpful to know.
We didn't fully explore the option of going with a general bylaw. I think we are open to exploring a general bylaw in the future that would be complementary to the zoning bylaw. And obviously we would work with town council. We would have to work with the building commissioner. I also wanted to point out that it does get pretty expensive for property owners to retroactively abide by these standards that we're proposing tonight as part of the zoning bylaw. So that's another thing that would need to be considered as well as enforcement and whether or not the building department has the bandwidth for enforcement of existing lighting without a complaint. Obviously, if there's a complaint, they do reach out.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to our next bylaw.
Yes, so I will be
Bylaw
presenting.
I'm sorry. Article 13, and that's you again.
Yes, that's me again.
Signs, illumination, and regulated facade alterations in the town zoning bylaws, addressing sign design and commercial signage.
Yes, so staff is proposing some amendments to the sign regulations. This is Article 7 of the zoning bylaw. In recent years, staff has observed an increasing number of businesses wanting to install projecting signs to provide more visibility for their businesses from the pedestrian point of view. The current sign bylaw restricts projecting and banner signs to no more than 12 inches off of the building wall to which they're attached. This includes the brackets, and this dimensional restriction in some cases makes it very difficult to design an effective sign, because these brackets can be anywhere from 5 to 6 inches in and of themselves, which leaves very little footage for the actual sign and results in an extremely narrow sign that doesn't provide much flexibility in the design. So we're not proposing to change anything else regarding projecting signs at this time. Originally, we were proposing to allow illumination for projecting signs, but after some feedback from the Public Safety Commission, wanted us to look into possibly making some restrictions just to address any effect on residential or mixed-use buildings. So here we did do an analysis of the sidewalk widths, looking at some of our narrower sidewalks in town, which can be 8 feet wide to 9 feet wide. And we came up with the 3-foot maximum projection. You can see on the left the existing projection of 12 inches, and then on top of that, the 3-foot projection. These are some existing signs that have more than a 12-inch projection. And I think that they provide for nice signage in some of our commercial districts. This is Washington Street, Bar Taco, and a few other examples. These are some examples of signs that are more than 12 inches in Brookline Village. And then this is a recent approval that was 11 or 12 inches, where you can see that it's extremely narrow and has a lot of wording. Just to get an effective sign, they had to make it very long. These are some examples of projecting signs that would be under the new projection of no more than 3 feet. This one's about 2.5 feet for a new business that's going on Harvard Street. So the second part of our proposal is to allow signs above 25 feet in height for commercial and institutional buildings. This would be for the primary tenant of the building, and it would be designed as an integral part of the building and no more than 100 square feet. This would be allowed by special permit rather than variance. So we've seen a lot of variances coming through in recent years. These are some of the examples. And then we're also proposing some minor cleanup items to remove the mailed notices for town meeting members. We do send email notifications, so we'll continue to do that, but we're proposing to remove the mailed notice requirement. And then we're also proposing to allow exemptions to the yard setbacks for freestanding signs, as long as the sign meets the traffic triangle at corners, which is section 5.45. So we had a few meetings for other bodies on this article. EDAB recommended favorable action. Public Safety Subcommittee recommended favorable action to with some minor amendments to Scrivener's errors, and then the Planning Board recommended favorable action this evening. So that is all I have for this article. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Paul.
Yep, I have one. Nicole, thanks again for sharing the other boards and what they're voting. We should adopt that for all articles as they come forward. I'm curious, you had a few pictures, examples of signs. It would be great to be able to see proportionally what the new sign would look like if you have an example. I have in my head all these big ugly signs sticking out as I walk down Beacon Street
Yeah,
or
so
Harvard Street, which is, I'm probably over exaggerating here, but um, do we have, how big is the allowed sign that you're proposing, the square foot?
we're not proposing to change square footage, so it's currently 12 square feet maximum. And that includes banner signs and projecting signs, so we're not changing that. The only thing we're changing is the maximum projection. We're proposing 3 feet versus 12 inches.
Okay, so it's the same square footage, just not,
Yes.
you can just come out further. Do you have an example of like what a sign looks like coming out 3 feet from the building?
Yeah, so some of these examples might be, this one's probably it's about 3 feet, this bar taco sign here. This one's probably less than that, but we tend to find that signs, we get more variability if we allow for more of a generous projection. It's not necessarily that they're going to maximize the 12 square feet. They're likely still going to go way below the 12 square feet. This is a recent one that was approved by the planning board under the assumption that this zoning bylaw would go through. Obviously, if it doesn't go through, it won't be installed, but this is 2.5, and you can see it's 2 by 2. The actual sign, the brackets,
Yeah.
makes up like 5 feet, 5 inches. So there's no more than 4 square feet on the sign.
Yeah. I don't know.
The sign
I
itself
think
is small.
I'm just thinking aesthetically that, suddenly there's going to be all these signs popping up off the buildings. Maybe it's not an issue. Did you hear that feedback at all during your other public hearings?
We did get some feedback tonight from I think it was the Public Safety Subcommittee, that they wanted to make sure the signs weren't going to be installed too close to one another.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I appreciate that you took out the lighting aspect of it, the internal lighting.
Yeah, staff is not opposed to it, but I think the Public Safety Committee did have a good point that maybe some more restrictions were needed on the amount of light that's allowed for these types of signs. Given that there could be residential above, you don't want to be glaring into someone's window.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, any other questions? Tiffany, this is a public hearing. Let's open up the public hearing.
Yes, there are no individuals who signed up in advance for warrant Article 13. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on warrant Article 13 at this time? Is there anyone online who wishes to speak on warrant Article 13? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time. There are approximately 10 individuals in the room and 20 online, and no one else is indicating that they wish to speak.
Okay, we'll close the hearing then. And unless there's any further comments from the select board, we'll move on to Article 14. Amend sections 5.03 and 5.04 of the town's zoning bylaws to allow separate ownership of buildings on the same lot. So Maria Morelli again.
Yes, and just 4 slides this time. So again, just give me a moment to call them up. Again, just a few more clicks. All right, Maria Morelli, Senior Planner in the Regulatory Division. This is warrant Article 14. This pertains to 2 sections of the zoning bylaws, sections 503 and 504, spacing between residential buildings, only in the M1 district. So I'm just pulling out a clause from these 2 very similar sections, and that clause pertains to the special permit provision. There's a special permit provision that allows the Board of Appeals to modify required yard dimensions between such buildings, where it is demonstrated there will be air, light, and amenity of a standard no lower than what would result from such requirements. Section 503, you'll see the diagram on the left. We're circling just the side yards. So this is the spacing between the buildings, what is circled. In the M1, you would have a requirement, so you'd have to draw an imaginary line as if there were a lot, and each building would have to have a minimum side setback of 10 feet plus a tenth of the length of the building. So let's say a 50-foot long building, that would be 15 feet for one. And if it were the same circumstances for the right, another 15 feet. So that'd be a minimum of 30 feet spacing between those residential buildings. Section 504 is a little bit different. It pertains to one building behind another. And again, we're talking about M 1.0. The minimum requirement here would be 60 feet because the rear yard setback would have to be doubled, and that rear yard minimum setback is 30 feet. So what is the problem? So the Board of Appeals can modify this if lots in whatever district remain, the buildings, not the lots, the buildings remain both in the same ownership and the same management. Now, that's an issue that conflicts with condominium, the Condominium Act of 1978, which says condos are not land uses, and the Zoning Act, Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 3, which says that, or actually just Mass General Law, which the Zoning Act doesn't have any purview over form of ownership. So what we're doing is we're just starting to cure this in the bylaw only with the M1 district. Why? Because this is a district where we might have smaller house scale buildings where this could feasibly get applied. In our more dense districts, this is not likely to get applied. So we're not going to cure this for all of those districts to give town meeting a chance to understand what this is all about. So what we are changing is for the M1, we're taking out ownership and the buildings would have to remain under management. That allows for condos and rentals, the same provision that you would have for rentals. So rentals do have the special permit provision. In exchange for that, so we think about a counterbalancing amenity. We're trying to be a little bit creative and think that, well, you might want to have trees planted, not just suggested. And there might be a push to have any affordable units that are not otherwise required located on site. One complaint was that these two provisions, these alternates, aren't really equivalent, and we concur. They aren't, so we are open to some suggestions. A little bit, again, we talked about this would apply to both rentals and condos. The buildings would remain under the same management. We're avoiding condo conflicts with the Condo Act of 1978. This is advised by town council to avoid conflicts wherever possible. It would be prudent to amend the discrepancy. And because we have talked not to investors, but homeowners who live in, say, a two-family district, I talked to someone maybe just a few months ago, aging in place, stairs aren't so great, really want to build a single family on this 8,000 square foot lot behind the two family, wanted to know if they could do it. And I said, well, if it's rental, no problem. But if you want to condoize, it would be a problem. And they're like, well, we don't want to condoize, but down the road, our heirs might want to. And they could do it, but it could cloud the title later. So again, this is really just some cleanup to avoid a situation like that and to incentivize homeowners to really use their properties via adaptive reuse, avoid potentially a sale to a developer where you might lose some of that smaller scale multi-unit housing. And again, how many parcels are really affected? Well, if this is just the M1 district, there are about 690 parcels. 181 of them are those 1 and 2 family house scale. And of those, looking at those lots where this would be feasible or there would be a minimum of, say, 3 units or more, is really 5,000 to 17,000. So that's really a very wide range. In fact, that cover photo, that was a 17,000 square foot lot with a 2-family on it. So we're really talking about 8% of these multi M1 lots. Not a lot, but significant. It could make a difference in someone's lives. So that's pretty much it. I could take your questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Oh.
Yep, Maria, thank you for the presentation. In your summary of this, I think it was, initially, you're restricting it to M1, but it's easily applicable to other, right, other zoning districts. And so first the question is, why did we restrict it to M1? And if we did apply it to others, we're at 690 parcels. What would be the total parcel count, do you know, if you applied it where it could go?
Well, that's a very interesting question because you can't have more than one building, say, in a two-family. So the base bylaw is not very clear.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be doing this in a single-family district. You wouldn't be doing this in a two-family district. You could do this in a multifamily or commercial district, but multifamily and commercial districts tend to really take up the lot. So it's really one building on a lot. You know, right now that bylaw does pertain to really any of those applicable or eligible districts, but for rental.
So what would happen if this passed and Article 8 passed? Article 8 is
Yes,
the
it's the
article brought by
minimum-
Brookline
it's
for everyone to go 2 to 3.
lot size, yes.
Yep.
So, you know, all of these things have to go through a special permit, which is a discretionary permit.
This does, but not Article 8.
No, I believe warrant Article 8 would have to go through a
think it's by
special
right.
permit. I'm not, no, I'm pretty sure it's by a special permit. You know, I will say, you know, my love of form-based zoning because it provides some clarity. With form-based zoning, you can eliminate minimum lot sizes and max FAR. And I think that's probably the safest way to do it. Here, we're really talking about something that is just excruciating. It's such a burden to me for the condo, but not for the rental.
Yeah, I totally understand it. And earlier we had a presentation and where it was shown what the other boards, do you know what the other boards have voted on this so far?
Yeah, so I've gone before the AC land use subcommittee and they voted to refer it to the comp plan steering committee.
Okay. Well, has anybody else as a planning board?
The planning board has not taken this up yet.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, any other questions? Hey, this is a public hearing. Open the public hearing and see if anyone in the audience would like to comment or question.
There is no one who signed up in advance for this public hearing on warrant Article 14. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak? Is there anyone online who wishes to speak on warrant Article 14? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time. There are approximately 10 participants in the room and 20 online, and no one wishes to speak at this time.
Okay, we'll close the hearing and move unless anyone on the select board has any further comments.
I do have a comment, and I held off because I wanted to get through a few of these. You know, we started with Article 7. So, I mean, as you know, I'm the chair of the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee. You just heard Maria mention that the Land Use Subcommittee had recommended referral of this particular article to the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee. And frankly, I'm not even sure I agree with that. But I do want to share a growing concern that I have because there's a portfolio of articles. They're not actually being treated like a portfolio. They're being treated discreetly, independent. And I'm very concerned about the outcome. So, you know, the process which was overwhelmingly approved by town meeting called the comprehensive plan by a vote of 219 to 2 provides for a community-driven plan that will set the foundation for future comprehensive zoning reform based on the community's values, their input, their priorities, and their vision for the future. We're asking them today to do that. We've informed the public. The public expects that their input is both needed and valued to help shape the future of Brookline in the areas covered by the comprehensive plan, including land use, housing. I'm going to speak for just a few minutes, Bernard. Economic development, open space, public services, mobility. You know, Article 7, as well as 8 and 9, and frankly, I think the Land Use Subcommittee lumped this one in as well, create broad zoning changes that are bypassing the agreed upon community-driven planning and engagement process of the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan that we initiated, approved, funded, and appointed a committee to oversee. I'm really concerned about the leapfrogging of the comprehensive plan's public engagement process. I think it risks undermining the community's expectations that their participation is valued, it's serious, and it's really taken seriously about defining the future. It's hard to ask someone to give input on their community and their neighborhood and the future of that neighborhood at the same time that it's changing in front of them. I'm not suggesting that everything stop, but I'm just raising to my colleagues that I have a growing concern. As I mentioned earlier, Article 7, and I'm going to say 8 and 9, but this article does a little bit touch because we just heard how it does relate to ADUs. It does relate to Article 9. This piecemeal fragmented approach to zoning and development that the comprehensive plan was created to get ahead of. It's why we're doing it, is to get ahead of this by helping the community, having the community help us create a vision, and then doing comprehensive zoning reform. We keep looking at these zoning changes independently, not holistically. We don't understand the interconnections. And I think it's troubling, and it's going to create a very bad outcome. You keep hearing me ask, how many units, how many parcels? I'm trying to give a sense of how much of the community we're actually impacting. Again, I'm not opposed to many of the zoning articles that are coming before us. I think the articles that are very specific to try to solve a problem, a defined problem, Maria actually identified that this particular article is trying to solve almost a legal problem because we're distinguishing between rental and condo. And should we have that distinction? Perhaps we shouldn't. But making that change could potentially unlock a lot of change for the community, without their input. So I will raise this again, probably when we start deliberating on them at another week. But my sense is some of these larger, more impactful zoning articles, 7, 8, which is I think being brought by a citizen petition, and 9, which is going from 2 to 3. I think 8 changes the lot size so you can change a single family into 2-family. These will have broad impacts on the community. And I think I do agree with referring, not necessarily the article, because I don't want the comprehensive plan to deal with zoning articles right now, but the content of it, the subject matter, that these areas are important to the community, and let's have those conversations with the community before we change our zoning. I think that's important. So I'm in favor of having a serious conversation about referring a couple of these articles, particularly 7, 8, and 9. And I'll add 9, and Mike and I know this very well, was brought in response to 7, because we got a bunch of people that think 7's a Dow zoning. I don't necessarily think that's a proper characterization, but they're responding and reacting, and actually told us, if you pull 7, we'll pull 9. This is not the way that we should be doing planning and zoning development in Brookline. It's just the wrong way. Anyway, I'll get off my little speech here.
We'll deal with much of that at next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a comment? That I agree with a lot of what Paul said. I will, however, and I don't think what you've said contradicts what I'm about to say, but I would encourage planning to continue to look at form-based zoning as a solution to, that one of the
myriad of problems.
There are all sorts of problems. One of the comments that Maria made earlier was that because of variations in lot size, the result of FAR is totally unpredictable. You have some very large lots. You have FAR of 1. You could have a very large structure on that lot. So I think really moving towards form-based zoning is the appropriate way to go, and I would encourage planning to continue to do that, even as we're trying to treat things as a portfolio.
Agreed 100%, Michael.
Okay, let's move on to the next warrant article 15. This should be quick. Okay, first of all, I'm going to give planning 10 minutes, and then give Dick Benko and Roger Blood 10 minutes to present their proposed alternative or replacement article for warrant article 15, and then we will discuss it. Please introduce yourself.
Good evening. My name is Becca Mapuri. I'm a planner at the Regulatory Division at the Planning Department. I'm going to present Warrant Article 15 pertaining to accessory dwelling units, which has been put forward by the Planning Department to comply with the Affordable Homes Act that was enacted earlier in August this year. So I would like to start by clarifying what is an ADU. So the affordable.
Sorry about that. Don't know what happened.
Whoops.
I think that's gonna make it come back on.
Is it on this computer?
No, it's probably on this one.
This seventh inning stretch.
Right, yeah.
I hope my time is not running.
No, no, no.
Your time's not right.
So we've lost, we're not even on at all for Zoom.
No, we're on Zoom. The slides aren't showing.
We do it. From
You know what?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna say it.
I can't do it for her because you all won't see it unless you're all on Zoom.
Most of us are on Zoom, aren't we?
I'm not, but
I might have to contact Big because I'm not sure why it's not.
We'll take 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to take a break.
Let's take 5-minute break. Sorry.
We'll resume at 9:42.
introduce yourself again.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Becca Mapuri. I'm a planner at the Regulatory Division with the Planning and Community Development Department. And I'm going to present one in Article 15 pertaining to accessory dwelling units to comply with the Affordable Homes Act, which was enacted earlier in August this year. So I would like to start with the definition of an ADU, an accessory dwelling unit, comparing the two definitions, the definition that they currently have in our zoning bylaw and the definition that was just enacted by the Affordable Homes Act. In our analysis, we concluded that our current definition, it is not in line with the intention of the Affordable Homes Act, as the definition also sees ADUs as a self-contained unit that is located within the same lot as a single family building and is subordinate to the primary residential use. The Affordable Homes Act goes into one step further and adding a size onto the definition by defining ADUs as a unit that is half the gross floor area of the principal dwelling or 900 square feet, whichever is less, which our bylaw addresses this size aspect on section 4. So based on the state definition of an ADU, which the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities launched a resource page to clarify some of those new proposed, the proposed amendments on the act. First, regarding the definition, and they clarified that ADU is a unit that can be within a primary residence, attached to a primary residence, or completely detached. And all of those three categories align with the definition of an ADU. So just you can have a visual of what that looks like in the neighborhood scale, in a house scale. You can see in blue on the first one, like how an ADU can be attached either on the side or on the rear of a property. It can be on the basement, on the attic, or can be even a completely detached structure from the main single-family dwelling. I just want now to recap a little bit the ADU bylaw, which was first passed in 2019, and comparing it with the spring 2024 Housing Advisory Board sponsored amendment. So the HAB amendment increased the maximum ADU size from 750 square feet to 900 square feet and from 30 to 40% of the GFA of the principal house. It also removed the need to have a proof of residence of resident caregiver for a larger than 900 square feet ADU. It removed annual owner certification and replaced it with an annual verification through the assessors. It reduced several restrictions of appearance of those structures. It removed restrictions to having a second egress, a second mailbox, or utility meter visible from the main street. It also removed the 5-year waiting period to add an ADU after a certificate of occupancy is issued, and removed the 5-week waiting period to legalize an ADU. And then it came the Affordable Homes Act, which in addition to the amendment to the definition, the Affordable Homes Act also prohibits requiring owner occupancy. It prohibits adding a reasonable regulations and requiring a special permit to create one ADU, but allow municipalities to add reasonable dimensional setbacks, massing standards, and also short-term rental regulations. The Affordable Homes Act finally also requires that all communities shall permit a special permit for more than one ADU per lot. So based on that, this is where we are now proposing an amendment. First, we are proposing to change section 407, the table of use regulations, to amend use 51B, which is the use referred to accessory dwelling units to make it clear that an ADU is within the same lot as a detached single-family dwelling, and as defined under section 505. And we are putting yes for the old districts just to be just to make everything uniform, because single family dwellings are allowed in all districts except the I districts. So the same way an ADU should be allowed whenever a single family detached home is allowed. Additionally, those are other elements that are changing. So on the left side of the table, we have the current bylaw from the 2019 approved up to the spring 2024 amendment, which I would just like to know that this is still awaiting review from the Attorney General. And then on the right side, we have what we are proposing for this fall town meeting to be in line with the Affordable Homes Act. So we are increasing the maximum ADU size from 40 to 50% according to the definition of ADUs. We are completely scratching out owner occupancy requirements language from the bylaw. We are allowed conversion of garages, which previously were only allowed if the garage existed for at least 5 years. So we are proposing to allow garages to be converted even immediately if a parking plan is provided. And the rationale for the parking plan is that those are exemptions just to add an ADU by law, but all other requirements of the bylaw for parking, for driveways still need to meet zoning requirements. We are allowing expansions of existing accessory buildings if those expanded areas meet dimensional standards and if screening is provided for pre-existing non-conforming structures to protect the butters. So in terms of dimensions, currently any detached building or structure, it's only allowed to be 15 feet in height, and it's allowed on either on side and rear yards, and it should meet at least 6 feet of setback from either lot line. So we are allowing ADUs to increase the height to 22 feet, but limiting it to 1.5 story, again, bringing that idea of form-based zoning, which we have had great results in the past, just to make sure that those detached structures are still in keep with the neighborhood character. We are eliminating the need for special permit if you need an exterior egress to comply with building code for ADU, and just adding the provision to allow a second ADU if that ADU is affordable. We are removing the 120 FAR cap and provide exceptions to maximum floor area ratio and minimum open space, because minimum open space is directly tied to FAR. And right now, even if you don't increase the footprint of your house, if you are finishing your basement or your attic, that means you are adding FAR, which means that as a result, you are adding usable open space requirements, even though you still have the same lot and you're not expanding your footprint. And that can potentially conflict with what's allowed under the act. So we are removing that cap. I want to call attention I have 2 tables there, one on the left. On the first table on the left, it's a brief analysis of what we currently have. This analysis showed all the single family districts we have in town, their minimum lot sizes, the FAR allows, and what will be the maximum gross floor area under what it's the FAR allowed. And if we put that together, and we see what means to have a 40%, which is what we currently allow, 40% of the main structure gross floor area versus the 900 square feet, and we say you can have the lesser of those two, we can see that all the single family districts, the lesser will always be 900 square feet, because half of the gross floor area We always be higher than that. But what we currently do now, we add a third unit to limit how much of FAR you can add to an ADU by capping it at 120% of FAR. And in other words, while we're saying you can have the lesser of 40% or 900 square feet, when we actually see this table, what our bylaw is actually saying is that only S40 and S25 districts can have a 900, the minimum, the lesser of the both. But if you are in S15 or any other smaller residential districts, you can actually have much, much less. Let's see an S7 district, for instance. The maximum ADU in S7 district, if they've already maxed they by right FAR, will be 490 square feet. So on the left, on the right side, we can see what is the proposal right now, which is 50%. And I'll not bother you with the numbers, which is clearly higher than the 40%. The 40% was already higher, so I'm not going to go into
You're at 11 minutes.
So basically what the act says is that you should allow by right the lesser of half the gross floor area or 900 square feet. And this analysis show that we basically should allow all this, at least in single family districts. Of course, we'll still have to look in single families in other districts. It's a 900 square feet ADU. So we actually thought about maybe increasing that 120 to 130, but that will still leave a couple of districts and many units in those districts under the lesser of what is allowed under the act. Apart from what is required to comply with the act, we also made some cleanups just because we were reading through this extensive bylaw and decided to make some cleanups. So we decided to remove maximum number of occupants because the definition of family was amended and no longer requires a minimum number of occupants. We are replacing just the word accessory dwelling units with ADU to make it easy to read the bylaw. And we are removing separate ownership and condominium deeds because zoning is not supposed to regulate ownership. And just to finalize, just a few examples of approved detached living spaces that could be or could have been ADUs in the town. They don't clearly reflect the dimensions of what we are proposing here, but hopefully it can give you a visual of what can be allowed. This is an example of a new garage that was built with almost around 500 square feet of finished space above on an S7 district with a height of, I would say it's closer to 22 feet. It will measure from the bottom, which is how the ADU height will be measured. And we can see here.
Can you begin to wrap up?
Sure. And we can see here how the FAR is an issue for an S7 district. But in this example, you can see how FAR is not an issue for S25 and S40 districts, since those are very large districts. But this is another example, a little bit over what will be allowed in terms of area for an ADU, but this was already a pre-existing non-conforming and they were rebuilding their garage. This was a carriage house that was converted that under the current bylaw will not be allowed. And this is the kind of things we're trying to push, allow people to be able to reuse their non-conforming structures to convert to an ADU if they're not increasing those non-conformities and FAR is not an issue. Thank you. I'm available. I'll take questions and just wanted to also state for the record that we've worked with the town council's office, particularly with First Assistant Town Council Jonathan Simpson, and he's online also available to answer any questions.
Okay, so why don't we let Roger and Dick make their presentation and then open it up to questions. That work for everyone?
I did want to reference one of her slides. Would we be able to go back to her slide when she comes back up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, when you come back up after
goes back
they
up.
present.
Okay. I thought it was.
That's okay. Thank you. Oh, actually, please don't close that.
Oh, I can't close it? No. Right. Thank you.
And I guess, one thing that you should think about as we're listening to them is, what are the changes that were not required by the Affordable Housing Act that we kept in this warrant article? I think that's going to be sort of implicit in their presentation, but, I'm prepared to answer that.
I'm Roger Blood, and first of all, I want to thank Becca for all the hard work she's done on this and setting the stage for the subject that we're all talking about. And there's a great deal that we in presenting this alternative proposal agree with in the department's proposal. Quick intro: I'm a longtime member of the ZBA from its beginning and for the whole time until it shut down. Not the ZBA, of course, the Zoning Bylaw Committee. Much less power.
Yeah, we haven't shut that down yet.
Not yet. As a HAB member, I've worked for quite a few years on promoting ADUs in Brookline, including with the HAB securing two near unanimous town meeting votes over the last 5 years to promote and make ADUs more user-friendly to do in Brookline. But want to just be clear that at this moment, I'm not representing the HAB, as the HAB has not yet considered warrant Article 15. They'll be having a joint hearing with the planning board a week from tonight. Dick Benka and I will be presenting this summary of our proposed substitute motion for Article 15. As you've heard, the state's new Affordable Homes Act imposes well, you haven't maybe heard the deadline, but there's a February deadline for cities and towns to comply with the new ADU mandates. Therefore, we agree that town meeting must pass a version of Article 15 in this November's town meeting, as May will be too late to comply, to meet the state mandates. But no more and no less is what we're suggesting. The planning department's presentation of warrant Article 15 earlier made the statement that the proposal, quote, will include only those issues that are clearly in conflict with the state law, which we agree with. Where the department has addressed the state's new requirements, such as removing all owner occupancy requirements and a number of other items, we totally concur. Our substitute motion for Article 15 is only where the current proposal has gone well beyond what is clearly in conflict with the state's new statute. Our version focuses on bringing Brookline's ADU bylaw into line with state requirements. We're recommending that any further discretionary actions on ADUs not be rushed through now, but given more time for consideration, including possibly as part of the comp plan process that Select Board Member Warren was discussing earlier. Some of these new mandates are crystal clear. Our substitute motion removes what is clearly no longer going to be allowed. We do seek to retain what we believe is reasonable, and reasonable is a very important word that's used in the new state law. Therefore, not prohibited by the Affordable Homes Act. And we're doing this based on what town meeting overwhelmingly approved just earlier this year. Dick Benka will now summarize the various physical dimensional aspects of our substitute motion, and following Dick's remarks, then I'll conclude briefly with comments on 3 non-dimensional and non-mandated provisions that the department seeks to change, but that our substitute motion would retain. Dick?
Thank you very much. Chair Green, you will hear in our presentation the issues that we feel are not mandated by the Affordable Homes Act and where we feel it's appropriate to diverge from what is proposed in Warrant Article 15. I'm Dick Benka, town meeting member from Precinct 14. I'm formerly chair of the Zoning Bylaw Committee and other town zoning committees. And because of my interest in zoning, I felt it necessary to address significant flaws in Warrant Article 15. Its fundamental approach is inconsistent with state law, and the comprehensive plan is currently underway. Warrant Article 15 is based on the following assertion, quote, "The maximum allowed floor area ratio and minimum required open space cannot be used to deny a 900 square foot ADU project, even if it surpasses the maximum FAR or does not meet the minimum open space requirements," unquote. But under the actual language of state law, an ADU is, quote, "not larger in gross floor area," unquote, than 900 square feet, and state law then expressly allows the maximum to be further limited by reasonable additional restrictions through, quote, "site plan review, dimensional setbacks, and bulk and height," unquote. The provisions of Warrant Article 15 are all built on the flawed premise that the town cannot impose FAR or open space limits that could bring ADUs below 900 square feet. With this misunderstanding, the article turns the 900 square foot maximum of state law into a guarantee. Were the article to be approved, a property owner would have the unconditional right to build a 900 square foot ADU, regardless of how small the lot might be, how much it might already be overbuilt, by how much FAR might be exceeded, or how much open space might disappear, or the adverse impact on neighbors. What would Article 15 permit, and how does the substitute motion differ? First, Article 15 would allow you to build a new or expanded 900 square foot area in a single family dwelling by simply saying you're building an ADU on even the most overbuilt and smallest lots in town, because Article 15 essentially throws out all FAR limits. The substitute motion, in contrast, limits the total FAR on a property to 130% of the zoning bylaw maximum. This reasonably relaxes the 120% contained in our existing ADU bylaw. Under the substitute motion, even where a property is already fully built out, a 900 square foot ADU would be allowed by right in an S10 or larger zoning district. And even in the S7 districts with the smallest lots, a 735 square foot ADU would be allowed, permitting a large one-bedroom or a more compact two-bedroom unit. Second, Article 15 also says that you can, by right, build a 22-foot high, 900 square foot ADU that is 6 feet from neighboring properties, because FAR and open space requirements do not apply. And you simply have to comply with the 6-foot side and rear yard setbacks applicable to potting sheds and garages. And that 6 feet is less than my height. The substitute motion, in contrast, applies dwelling unit setbacks to by right ADUs. Third, Article 15 says that you can by right take a shed or garage that sits smack dab on your neighbor's property line or a foot or two from it and turn it into a 900 square foot, 22-foot high ADU with minimal screening, because the conversion of an existing accessory building is allowed, and you can by right increase nonconformities in floor area ratio and minimum required open space. The substitute motion, in contrast, requires a special permit for the conversion of nonconforming buildings such as this. To summarize, the substitute motion does not totally discard all FAR and open space requirements like Warrant Article 15 does. It targets 130% reasonable middle ground. It recognizes that an ADU is a dwelling unit with accompanying residential activity, and not a potting shed with garden tools and grass seed. It allows ADUs to proceed by right where they meet residential side yard and rear yard setback requirements for the zoning district. And it requires a special permit where a rear yard setback is to be reduced or for the conversion of an existing non-conforming building to give abutters, the neighborhood, and the ZBA the opportunity to consider and to temper adverse impacts. And thank you. And now Roger will discuss some of the other issues.
Thank you, Dick. There are what remains three important non-dimensional provisions that the department seeks to change that our substitute motion would retain. In part, because the new state law does not require these changes, but equally important, we don't believe town meeting would want any of these three changes. The first is whether or not to allow
10 minutes.
ADUs to be condoed. I need about a minute and a half more. The second is whether or not to allow more than one ADU on a single family lot. And the third is whether or not to allow new exterior ADU egress staircases to be attached to the front of new or existing single family homes. Very quickly then, Brookline's current ADU bylaw prohibits separately deeded ownership of an ADU. The accessory, the A in ADU means just that. It's accessory or secondary to the primary dwelling. Housing needs met by ADUs are clear. While producing new needed housing units, the accessory related needs are mainly those of the primary owner for either their extended family, including handicap needs, age-related caregivers, caretakers, companions, or some rental income to help pay for maintenance and taxes. And to maintain the property. Condoed ADUs would undermine all of this. We shouldn't make ADUs a commercial commodity. Condoed ADUs are now being promoted in California, not mandated, and promoted by realtors. Town meeting just voted in May almost unanimously confirming that ADUs in Brookline shouldn't be condoed. Second issue, the new state law authorizes but does not mandate more than one ADU per lot. All it says is if you're going to have more than one, that it has to be special permitted. Town meeting voted again this May, almost unanimously, not to allow more than one ADU per lot. Maybe more than one ADU might make sense in certain limited circumstances. It would always require a special permit. And the criteria, when you think about it, it's not two, it's two or more up to no limit. The criteria for special permit is pretty complicated, but it would always involve consideration of dimensional requirements and massing, and not an affordability deed restriction such as the Warren Article 50 now currently is proposing as the criteria. We have time to work this one out, and we should take it, including possibly the comprehensive plan, because this is a big one. Finally, exterior egress staircases. The new state law is completely silent on this. Our current bylaw, recently confirmed again nearly unanimously by our town meeting, does authorize exterior ADU staircases when legal egress is needed, but only if they're not visible from the public street on which the home sits. The department's article would remove all such restrictions so that it would allow a developer or investor to attach 2 or more flights of stairs right on the front of a single-family house.
You're now at
This makes
13
no
minutes.
sense. It's not
Okay,
required.
please
and
wrap up.
We should restore the original language. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions from the select board? John?
Yeah, for starters, I would like to know if the planning department agrees with how Roger and Dick have characterized what their proposal would do. Becca, can you just give us some sense of, are you at least in agreement as to what you're proposing versus what they're proposing?
So I'll like first to apologize in advance. We got we received the counter proposal from Roger Blatt and Dick Benka later towards the end of business day on Friday. It was a long weekend and we didn't have much time to analyze their proposal. But as we did skim through it and by listening to it today, we stand strong on our interpretation of what is required by the act. Because we have been working closely with the town council's office, but we also have been consulting and learning from other planners in Massachusetts, including the APA Massachusetts chapter, including land use law practitioners who have been promoting several webinars about this. So we are strong about this, and we do know that it's a little bit subjective when the states say unreasonable restrictions. We cannot impose unreasonable restrictions, but we can reasonably regulate. And I think they clearly say dimensional setbacks and massing, and I think this is what the department try to focus on. But also going back to the fact that since 2019, only one ADU was legalized in Brookline. It's been many years, and that means that our bylaw is unreasonable restrictive, and that we are trying to propose here is try to remove or relax those unreasonable restrictions to make this possible to build ADUs in Brookline.
Okay, I'm led to believe we have one of the Jonathans standing by. Is it Buchheit or Simpson?
Simpson, Jonathan Simpson.
Jonathan Simpson, and I've been given the okay to ask Jonathan Simpson to weigh in on this, because there's a fundamental difference in interpretation of what the state law requires, and I'm just wondering what the view of the legal counsel's office is.
Thank you. So again, for the record, Jonathan Simpson, First Assistant Town Council. I think that there's an undue focus, frankly, and I think this started from the beginning with how the department was characterizing what the article was doing, perhaps, in what is required under the AHA. The way that the AHA is going to be enforced is it amends Section 3 of the Zoning Act, which is the same section that you find things like the inability for zoning to regulate educational and religious uses or something. It's a section of zoning exemptions, and the way that those normally play out, and the way that my understanding that the ADU bylaw is going to play out, is that someone will apply for an ADU, and if they're denied, they can then challenge their denial as not permitted under the new language of Section 3. So when you say, is it required by the AHA? I think Becca already pointed out that what we're really dealing with here is what do we consider, what will be considered to be a reasonable regulation under the act. And I think the planning department and me working with the planning department opted to take a very expansive approach to that, and essentially say we want to limit the ability of individual applicants to challenge our bylaw as unduly restrictive, so we will write it in an expansive way. This went hand in hand with the desire to actually end up in a situation where ADUs are permitted. I think writ large, our system could be seen as unduly restrictive if it didn't allow if it ended up not leading to any ADUs. But leaving that aside, subsequently, I was able to discuss this with Roger and Dick, and they believe, I think when it comes down to, is that it's worth putting in some restrictions and hoping that they'll be found reasonable. And I don't think that's completely unfounded, because the new language clearly contemplates that municipalities can impose reasonable restrictions. Where that will fall, I don't know. And so what is required is that you regulate these things reasonably. And since I can't tell you what's a reasonable restriction and what isn't, I think the planning department opted to draft it in one way, and Dick and Roger have opted to draft it in another.
Great, thank you. Jazz.
Yeah, and I think this is complicated just in the sense that, when I look at the two different languages of the warrant articles and the explanation for them, I think, the point, for example, that Roger raised about accessory dwelling unit. Oh, accessory dwelling unit is inherently something, the word accessory means something. The problem is the law itself doesn't actually define it that way. It defines accessory dwelling unit as a self-contained housing unit inclusive of sleeping, cooking, and sanitary facilities in the same lot as a principal dwelling, subject to otherwise applicable dimensional and parking requirements. So, right, on one interpretation of it, you can say it's the word accessory is in there, but judge it by its plain meaning, and we can deal with it that way. On the other hand, the law is very expansive in what it considers an accessory dwelling unit. So, when you think about, is that restriction going to be considered, if the restriction on ownership, is that going to be considered reasonable or not? I think there's room for a difference of interpretation there, and that's going to be kind of the crux of where this is. And people may come down on different lines on different aspects of the items that have been raised here. Same thing about the issue about the special permit. And the law says, as I read it, for more than one accessory dwelling unit or rental thereof, there shall be a special permit. Doesn't say if you have. But again, I think that interpretation is one that can potentially make sense, right? Because when you read in their description, there's, is there the potential for an absurd result there? So I think there's issues here that are gonna go really issue by issue, as opposed to whether, you're gonna take one or the other wholesale.
Mike.
So, first of all, Jonathan's comment is very helpful in terms of defining one approach versus another approach. And I really appreciate that. And listening to some of the sort of worst case scenarios from Dick and from Roger, I have to say they are they are worst case. Being able to put a two-story a staircase on the front of a house, for example, is we really shouldn't think that it's reasonable to allow that. My question is do we expect anything from the state in terms of guidelines, or is it simply going to be a matter of litigating this through case by case for the next umpteen years?
The EOHLC has been diligent to date in not committing themselves to putting out formal guidelines, as was the case with, like, for example, the MBTACA. However, as I think Becca mentioned at the beginning of her presentation, they've already put a ADU website, page on the state website, and they have, while they haven't committed to doing regulations, they haven't ruled it out either. Putting out guidance, they haven't ruled it out either. I think there are a number of issues. Chaz flagged one of them, that, like, how to parse the poorly drafted language about more than one ADU. There's a number of issues that have been repeatedly flagged. Becca and I have both been on webinars where, along with the directors of the EOHLC, where they're getting repeated questions about how do we possibly implement these things. So my hope is that something will be forthcoming, but there's no guarantee.
I think David.
Thank you.
Next.
Let's say, hypothetically speaking, that a restriction is deemed unreasonable. What then occurs? Simply the property owner can proceed with the ADU, or is there a further consequence?
There is no further consequence. That's a great question, David. No, they're just allowed to proceed. They're bound to be exempt from the zoning bylaw.
Okay,
Yep. I have a couple of questions, but first, could you pull up Becca's slides? There was an image of an example ADU. I don't know actually if it was an ADU, but it was references what would be an example of what would be done. It was a brick home with a garage. Go backwards. Backwards. There you go. So I know this house quite well. It's around the corner from me. It's on Ivy Street. That garage there did not exist when the developer purchased that property. They're gut renovating it. They bought it for maybe $3.5 million. They plan on sending it probably for 10 or 11 million. That garage that they built this picture does not do it justice. It's inches from the property line. If you walk down St. Mary's Court, you can actually see that this thing is literally on the property line. And that's a 22-foot, building. Now, it goes up against St. Mary's Court and then a carriage house that's behind it. And, the carriage house complained, but there was really nothing they could do because the ZBA granted the permit. But this is an example of what I think we could start seeing more of. And it's not great.
Well, sorry, Paul, I don't mean to
Yep.
interrupt, but inches away from the property line isn't even allowed in the planning
Well,
department.
if you go, when I say inches, so you have to go down there and look and see how close it is to the fence, but it's not reasonable. So I give this as an example because I know the property. Jonathan, do you have a sense, is this a 2/3 vote at town meeting or 50%?
I have, in my discussions with Neil, and please keep in mind that he has not considered whether the amendment that Roger and Dick are proposing would be passable with a smaller quantum of vote, although I don't believe it would be. But he and I have agreed that the Article 15 requires a 2/3 vote at town meeting.
Okay, as proposed.
Yeah.
So, taking a lesson out of the MBTA Communities Act, we need to think about, can we get a 2/3 vote to be compliant with the law? I'm thinking about being compliant with the law. 2 articles going to town meeting, 2 complex articles, 2 very similar but different articles. They don't get to 2/3. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So I'm going to encourage that we find a way to find a compromise and bring 1 article to town meeting. There has to be something in between because we do not get the 2/3 threshold with these 2 articles coming to town meeting.
As I mentioned initially, we didn't really had the time to properly review what Roger and Dick Benka are proposing, but we are, I think we still have time to sit and go through this together. And then we can hopefully find a compromise.
Spirit of compromise.
Right.
Good approach.
Could you make sure that, whatever compromise or discussions you have, the select board knows about it? Because, I don't think we should vote on this next week.
We don't have a meeting next week, so it won't be until the 29th.
Oh, really?
You get your way.
Great.
As it turns out, then you're stuck.
Okay.
And reports
I
to
can pay my bills and clean my house.
Yeah, the planning department will plan to after discussing with the other team submitting something formally in writing to the select board of what compromise was achieved or what we think about the other proposal and our current interpretation. I think so far we have been made clear why we think this restrictions that we're trying to address are unreasonable. Just to give you an idea, since we submitted this warrant article, we had around 5 or 6 homeowners who reached out to us interested in building ADUs and trying to understand what was possible and what they could build. And most of them are just looking to add a 500, 600 square feet, which is something that we feel is important to understand. Saying that you are allowed 900 square feet, which it's the lesser of what, it's not the, it's the lesser of what the AHA requires. It doesn't mean everyone is going to want to build that or will be able to, because we do have, apart from the gross floor area restrictions, we do have other dimensional restrictions. On top of the 6 feet setback, which is the current setback for detached structures, we are maintaining other restrictions for accessory structures to ADUs as well. Article 5, Section 5.63 and Section 5.72 of the current zoning bylaw establish what some can deem as some harsh restrictions on where and how ADUs can be built. Section 5.72 refers to accessory structures on rear yards, and it says that detached accessory structures should be located 75 feet or 3/4 from the front property line, which is basically saying you can only build the structures on the rear. And even on the rear, it says that it can only occupy 25% of your rear yard. So let's say, for example, a lot with 120 square feet of depth and 120 feet of depth and 6 feet of width. That means that an ADU can only be built on the last 30 feet of that property, leaving 90 feet from the ADU to the front, a very long distance from the street lot line. It also means that if you can only occupy 25% of your rear yard, that means your rear yard, it's 60 by 30. Let's say a district that requires a minimum, the medium minimum required rear yard is 30. That means your ADU can only have a footprint of 450 square feet, which is a 15 by 30 dimension. I mean, so to have a 900 square feet, you have to build that 450 footprint and then probably add half of it or 2/3 of it above. And even then, you will not be able to reach 900 square feet. The maximum you will get in this lot is 700 square feet. So even though we do understand that smaller lots, it's huge for have smaller lots in S7 districts to add 900 square feet. This doesn't mean they'll actually be able to do, because there are several other dimensional limitations that we currently have in our bylaw that will still be in place and enforceable for ADUs, because of course, we're not trying to propose having ADUs in the front yard. Those will still be detached accessory structures in the rear and side yards of the lots.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, what we're hearing is that, on the one hand, the planning department's proposal is being characterized as being much too loose, in a way that would allow rampant ADU development around the town in all kinds of circumstances that people would not find, to be very pleasant. And then on the other hand, we're hearing the counter proposal is too restrictive, and the example was even cited of the, prior ADU law where only one ADU got built. It would be really helpful to have, and I know these numbers are hard to figure, but some kind of estimate of how much ADU development might we expect would be allowable under the planning department's proposal, and how much ADU development might we expect would be allowable under the counter proposal. Those numbers could be extremely helpful to deciding where we want to come down on this.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so Tiffany, why don't we open it up now?
Yes, we had one individual who signed up in advance, Jonathan Keemer. I don't see Jonathan online. Jonathan, if you're online, could you raise your hand using the raise the hand feature? Okay, I don't see Jonathan. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to speak on warrant Article 15? Is there anyone online who wishes to speak on warrant Article 15? If so, please raise your hand using the raise the hand feature at this time. There are approximately 10 individuals in the room, 19 online, and no one is indicating their desire to speak.
Okay, so let's quickly close the hearing, and is there any further discussion from the select board? I see Paul has his hand raised.
I just want to add one clarifying point of view here for myself. So I'm really appreciative of John raising, what are the actual requirements? Are we going too far from what's originally proposed, and is what is alternative being proposed too restrictive? I don't know the answer, but I will say, given the fact that, one, we don't have guidance from the state yet. Two, we haven't finished the comprehensive plan. I would lean towards something that has us be compliant with the law by February on ADUs, but not exceed so far that we have to try to go back and undo something. I think doing enough right now is probably the right approach. I don't know if the alternate proposal is do enough right now. It would be good to get this clarified as to whether we're the legal aspect, if we're being reasonable or not. I think that's important.
Like,
Yeah, I think it would be very helpful for planning to sit down in detail and go through what's what the amendment includes and doesn't include, and it's very helpful to have that as a target, as a not as a target. It's the wrong term. As a as an alternative to look at, and it was presented very well, I must say. I think it's important to remember we're talking with all of these zoning articles. Now, let's get back to your comment about portfolio of zoning articles, because that's what we have. We're talking about referring things to the comprehensive planning committee or waiting till the comprehensive plan is done. Comprehensive plan isn't going to produce a zoning plan. The comprehensive plan is going to produce a plan that looks at how we expect Brookline to develop and what the what steps we can take in order to promote the kind of development that we want. So I think it's for this kind of thing, even if 2 or 3 years from now where we need to make a change, for this kind of thing, it's important to settle on something that we think works. And I absolutely agree with you that it would be great to put these two concepts together.
great. Okay. With that, we'll move on to our next set of warrant articles, which are those that we've already held hearings on, and we may or may not vote on tonight. Thank you. Warrant Article 16. Amend, I'm sorry, what?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Amend Article 8.41 of the General Bylaws to expand the requirements of the tree preservation bylaw. Zonja? If I mess up your name, I'm sorry.
Elisa, yeah.
As we mentioned last Tuesday when we were before the select board, we are just beginning our hearing process. So last week we had 2 meetings with the AC HR subcommittee. We met with the EDEB and we met with the planning board. And in addition to coming before the select board, we have received a lot of constructive comments through that process, and we are working on potential amendments to our warrant article. We are meeting tomorrow at noon with the HR subcommittee for our final meeting, and then we go before the AC on the 22nd. So it may be more productive to have a conversation once we're through that process, because the warrant article is evolving. If that would,
Good idea.
if you want to get home tonight.
Yeah, it is 10:40.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna miss the news, but hopefully I can get the late show. No, we won't use that word. Okay, we will take this up. Okay, we'll take warrant article 16 up later. Next, warrant article 18, petition for a special act to allow the restriction of rodenticides. They're still working through things, I understand. Are they ready?
The petitioner is online, and one of the petitioners is online, Jocelyn Murphy.
So Jocelyn, where are we?
Thank you, Chair Green. Oops, I still have my apron on. So no, we're finished. This is a very simple article. The advisory committee voted 24-0-0 to recommend favorable action on the article. And I respectfully request that the select board do the same.
Okay, anyone have any questions or comments?
No, let's go.
Any objections to favorable action?
No.
Yeah, I move favorable action on warrant articles 18, petition for a special act to allow the restriction of rodenticides. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Michael Sandman.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Wait, you've been sitting out there all this time just
Just to get 3 claps.
But we made it worth it.
Okay, Finally, our final warrant article, warrant article 20, resolution to support a permanent ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. So on this one, we held our hearing on warrant article 20 at our October 8th meeting, as last meeting. And tonight we're ready to vote. And I see we have three options. First, favorable action. Second, no action. And third, as we did with warrant article 19 of the Springtown meeting, we can vote no recommendation, which is the position taken by the advisory committee during their consideration of warrant article 19 at the Springtown meeting. And would be a recommendation that town meeting have their discussion without the guidance from the select board. So there's no need for us to have long statements about this, but I would just like to give everyone an opportunity to state their position, and I'll start with mine. I always like to quote the Polish economist and revolutionary Rosa Luxemburg.
Rosa Luxemburg.
Yes, Rosa
Revolution,
Luxemburg.
bomb throwing red.
In a book critiquing Lenin and the Russian Revolution.
Okay,
And she
okay.
said something really, really insightful that, really is almost like a model for our First Amendment rights. She said, freedom only for the supporters of the government, only for the members of one party, however numerous they may be, is no freedom at all. Freedom is always and exclusively freedom for the one who thinks differently. And that's how I'm thinking about this. I think warrant article 20 is pretty straightforward. It's a request by town residents, including town meeting members, to support a ceasefire in Gaza. It's not a broad discussion of, solving the Mideast crisis. And I think that from my standpoint, it's appropriate, it's relevant, and we can vote no action or favorable action or no recommendation. But I think what I want to say is that the idea of suppressing their right to articulate their position by a tabling motion is absolutely not appropriate. And I would vigorously oppose that. But that's my opinion. Any-
Sure.
I'm
Do you want to
sorry.
go around the table maybe?
Sure.
Just, and I didn't mean to preempt you,
No,
Paul,
that's
but
okay.
it might be the best way to do it.
Yeah.
I appreciate very much your words, and but I'm just wondering about one technicality. If we're expecting that there will be an attempt at the town meeting to essentially preempt any discussion of any of these questions through a table motion, is there any way that the select board gets involved in that?
Well, we have a vote at town meeting. I think it's a procedural issue for town meeting to take up. And,
Yeah.
I see, and maybe I'm wrong, our options are no action, favorable action, or no recommendation.
And only those three. Yeah.
Well, what else would?
Well, I don't know whether there's going to be members of the board who'll say, I want to support that it be, the whole matter be tabled for, so
This board supported tabling. That was our recommendation at town meeting.
So
Last time on the
Well, last
19th.
time we did no recommendation.
No, that's not true. We voted to table. Three of us voted to table. David?
So I'm glad I asked my question then. So
Okay, so
it sounds like there is a fourth option.
Well, I mean, right. I think I would fold that into the concept of there being no recommendation because there's a recommendation to not take it up. So there's not favorable action or no action. There is a third thing, which is no recommendation on the motion one way or the other, a motion to table. And that's how it was characterized in the combined reports, was that the board supported the motion to table, and therefore there was no recommendation on the article itself.
Yeah, but I do see a distinction between a vote of no recommendation and a vote to support tabling
Yeah.
of this. So my vote would be in favor of no recommendation.
We're gonna vote.
And I agree with the chair's words as to the offensiveness of
Yeah.
tabling this.
So and look, I think we're gonna kind of have the same conversation we
Yeah.
had last time.
So let's have it quickly.
Yeah, pretty quickly. I respectfully disagree with my esteemed colleagues, John and Bernard. I don't think this is just a simple resolution. If it was a simple resolution, we wouldn't have the hate, anti-Semitism, people getting shot in Newton, et cetera, if it was just a simple resolution. So it's much, 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 much more than that against all hate. All hate's awful. So I'm not picking sides here at all. So I don't think it's that simple, but we can agree to disagree about that. I do know that there was another amendment filed to the article. So there's now 2 or 3. And there will be a tabling motion coming. That's coming soon. So we could either wait tonight, but I will say my position. My position is no action. And I'm happy to vote tonight, no action. I'm fine with voting no action on the motion. And I'm also, when tabling comes, I'll support tabling. That's what I did last time.
Mike, did you have?
Yeah, so I was uncharacteristically silent last time. So I would say, Bernard, no one has prevented the petitioners from presenting their views. The views are there. They're very clear to all town meeting members and the members of the public who want to take note of them. Declining to debate is another issue altogether. The question is whether this is a topic that can be successfully debated at town meeting, which is by its very nature a somewhat adversarial process. And by successfully debated, I mean, can we come to a conclusion that a majority, and hopefully a significant majority, of town meeting members would be satisfied with? And I think the answer is no. And I think proof of that is the amendments that we've already seen come forward, which one of which at least is really quite extreme in my view. And I don't think that there's any value whatsoever in having that sort of discussion in town meeting. I don't know that we are able as a community to come together in a moderated community conversation without a great deal of forgiveness on the part of everybody. I take an extra moment to quote from a sermon that Rabbi Zecher at Temple Israel gave on Yom Kippur a couple of days ago. She quoted from the Passover Haggadah, which talks about how the Egyptian army came after the Israelites and they then drowned in the Red Sea. And her comment was from the Haggadah: when the Egyptian armies were drowning in the sea, the heavenly hosts broke out in songs of jubilation. God silenced them and said, "My creatures are perishing." And you sing praises. I think that it's really important to recognize that while town meeting is not the place to have a community conversation about this topic, whether people are soldiers or civilians, all deaths bring sorrow. And perhaps we can bring ourselves to feel that some of that sorrow here on earth. I don't think we can do that at town meeting.
David, you want to?
I essentially agree with Paul. My recommendation would be that we move to table. If for some reason this were to go forward, I would support no action. I also reject this premise that we are somehow silencing anyone or infringing on their First Amendment rights. I thought town council ran through that issue quite nicely when he was asked by Regina Frawley at our last meeting whether there's infringement on First Amendment freedom of speech by not debating a citizen petition. And as explained, Congress doesn't necessarily debate every proposed legislation. State legislature does not debate every proposed legislation. And actually at the local level, we allow for far more debate, even in this circumstance where tabling might be the end result. There are public hearings before lots of different bodies. We already heard from the petitioners. They had their opportunity. There's public comment at every meeting. They also go by advisory committee. They're on the TMMA listserv, which is now publicly available through Brookline News. So they're being heard. They're having their opportunity to express their viewpoints and to advocate for their position. And similarly, town meeting, as well as the chief executive branch, which would be select board in this instance, we have the ability to say, okay, we heard you and we don't think this merits further debate. And that happens all the time at every other level. So I have absolutely no compunctions about recommending that we table. And it's a perfectly legitimate parliamentary option that has existed for decades. This is not something that we just invented. So that's where I stand.
I can't.
Well, it's, yeah.
I know we shouldn't go on and on and on, but in a way, I'm hoping to prove my point. I have something to say about what you just said. I have something to say about what you just said. What you just said, you will not have the opportunity to say at town meeting. What you just said, you will not have the opportunity to say at town meeting in front of 250 elected, assembled town meeting members. We're treating this as though it's the same thing as tabling a article having to do with the leash law. No, it's an article having to do with our neighbors who are witnessing death daily and are in pain and want to speak about it and the implications of it with their neighbors in the forum that we created as a local democracy for discussion of these issues, and telling them they can't have that discussion by a tabling motion is offensive. It's offensive to me. I know it's offensive to them.
Well,
It's
it wasn't,
not-
a-
it's
it
not
wasn't,
a simple act of, oh, they had their chance before the select board, and this is just the same thing we do with everything else. No, this is a moment of extreme pain. And we're saying, don't talk about your pain. We
Yeah.
won't let you talk about your pain.
And we don't talk about your pain because we don't agree with.
Yes.
We don't agree with.
so hold on, time. I
that's
think you're going, I think you're going too far. You're assigning intent. And how, maybe Chaz knows, what did the tabling motion pass at the last town meeting?
I mean, what was the
What was the
margin?
vote?
It was around 80%.
So 80%, I'm just
A
saying. so-
majority.
Okay,
right?
80% of town meeting
2/3.
voted to table it. It wasn't even close.
Yeah.
And so, look, we're not agree. We can spend all night doing this. So the question I have is, do we want to have a vote tonight? I don't think that we as a board should move tabling. I think we should respond if someone moves tabling, but I don't think we should be doing that. So I'm not prepared to move tabling, but I am prepared to move no action tonight on the
I
article.
think that's a legitimate position.
Okay. And then if someone comes back and they have the tabling motion, I do believe that we should vote on the tabling motion, take a
motion will come
position.
up at town meeting. I mean, if we vote tonight, but it's not coming back to us.
No, okay, so then I'm gonna amend my motion. I'd like to move that we vote no action on Article 20 and support a tabling motion should it come forward.
Can we separate that? Just vote no action and. I
So
mean,
less so.
Well, it's,
You just said we weren't gonna bring it back.
it's,
well,
I think that,
Vote on tabling at town meeting.
No, I want this body, I would like the select board to take a position on tabling.
Okay. I think that's totally inappropriate.
I know that's what you said last time.
Yeah.
I agree with Paul's construction, and we did that last time, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure why we can't do it again this time.
So the combined reports don't make reference, what you did last time, and I think Tiffany reminded me of this, is that you all said that given the personal nature of the conflict and the issues involved, that a majority of the board chose not to make a recommendation and let all of your individual statements speak for themselves. But that in and of itself was a 3-2.
That was a 3-2 vote.
So the chair, John and Mike voted that way, and you two voted that you would prefer that the board take a more definitive position on it. So that's how it came out last time.
Bernard, I really, I'm not very happy with the way you've characterized this as not wanting us, or we not wanting the petitioners and others to express their pain. Because as I said, whether the people who've been killed in the Gaza war are soldiers or civilians, all deaths bring sorrow in heaven.
I think that's absolutely.
And
a great quote.
well, that's not from the Haggadah, that's from me.
Yeah.
And I think we need individually to bring ourselves to feel that sorrow, some of that sorrow on earth, and recognize it in others. I just don't think the town meeting is capable of being the forum for that kind of discussion.
Except our neighbors, our residents, even our town meeting members asked to have that discussion in town meeting. And I'm just very uncomfortable saying, no, you can't. Here's how you talk about it. Not the way you want to talk about it, but the way I want to talk about it. The way the majority wants to force the minority to express their opinions. That's what bothers me.
Yeah, I understand the
Question.
Well, yeah, and I
understand
I differ a little bit in the reason why I'm voting no action and tabling. I think this has no business at town meeting. I don't believe that this issue. I'm just saying, but I don't think we can make one iota of a difference.
Well, we can make a big difference. No, come on.
You're
by
serious.
us having that discussion, it enlightens the people who can make a difference as to the opinions of this little body of people in Brookline.
Yeah.
And-
So I,
and
so
that-
I, look,
yeah.
Bernard, I have great respect for your opinion. I just disagree with it, with you and John. So just save us all the agony of going to, because I don't think we're going to change
No.
anybody's minds, right?
Where are we?
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
what are we going to vote on?
So,
I move that we take no recommendation on warrant article 20.
And
well, I had already made a motion before. I
Okay.
think we should vote that one first, which was no action
but
on
I
warrant
think we're in the
article.
middle of going around the table.
The one issue though with the no action vote would be that implies that you want debate at town meeting.
No,
Unless there's that second.
And I, the second part, which he said we'd have to separate the vote, but I'm prepared to say no action Article 20, and should a tabling motion come forward, we support it.
And I would second that. That's my position as well.
Oh, you guys can say no.
Well, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, okay. But what does it mean to say if a vote comes before town meeting that we would vote?
If where the motion is, we recommend no action on Article 20, and yes, we support, we recommend positive action on a yes vote on tabling if it came before town.
This is such a personal issue. Each of us has our own very strong feelings. I think,
And by the way, our own experiences too.
no kidding.
Finish, you had it.
I think, I think the appropriate thing is no recommendation.
Okay.
We have three
Chaz?
recommendations.
Well, I think I was just going to say, if you want to put that into a motion, I think you just have to flip it. You have to say, I would move support for a theoretical motion to table. And if the motion fails, no action, just because that's the order of operations.
That is the right from a
Okay,
parliamentary.
so rephrase that again.
So you would move support for a motion to no table. You're not moving that you're not proposing a motion because you can't, it's not in front of the body, you know. But it's, you would support that motion if it came before the body.
Yeah.
And if that motion fails, then no action.
Yeah, okay, so I move that.
Okay, all in favor, John Van Scoyac?
Paul's motion?
Yes.
What's what Chaz just said.
No.
Which is,
He
table.
revised.
Yeah. Mike?
No.
Paul?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Chair votes no. Okay, so what's next?
Having deja
So-
vu.
We have a motion,
No,
no
I move no
recommendation.
recommendation. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Michael Sandman?
Aye.
Paul Warren?
No,
David Perlman?
No.
And chair votes yes.
this is
Okay,
exactly
so
what
we're
we
back.
did. This is exactly what we did last time.
We're a very consistent. vote.
Okay,
Okay.
Now, if there is a motion to table, I assume we could have a
individually-
reconsideration.
no, we individually can vote on it, but as a body, we've voted to have no recommendation.
We still need to appoint some people.
Yes.
Point some people.
Yes, we have one more.
Park and Recreation.
Parks and Rec.
Yeah, okay. I thought you were talking about warrant article 20, point some people for what? Okay, we have three candidates for two positions on Park and Recreation. Well, it's actually one position, but we're trying to
candidates.
create explain what we're doing here, Chaz. Trying to create an associate position, which is not in Park and Rec's bylaw, but is something that they have done.
Yes.
Okay, so,
My understanding is if you want to appoint an associate member to the Parks and Rec Commission, you may, and the body can accept it. The thought there is then just, unlike in other committees where associate members can vote if members are absent, there's no language in the statute that creates the Park and Rec Commission that lets the committee that lets you do that. So that person would not have, springing voting privileges. They would just be, an ex officio member, right? They could show up, they could participate in discussion, but they wouldn't be able to vote.
And why are we doing this? Because
well,
I'm just curious.
We have a surplus
From my
of good
standpoint and from other members' standpoint, there are two candidates that we'd like to get involved in the on the Park and Rec Commission. We only have one voting position. We can do an associate position, and my view, and this is not other people's view, is that Carol should be the primary applicant or primary member, and Roy Hollowell should be an associate member.
And tell me a little bit more about the associate. So the
Associate member
associate
would-
attends the
would attend
meetings,
all
can
the meetings,
participate, can deliberate, but can't vote.
Can bring their ideas, and their enthusiasm.
Okay.
To the deliberations. And Roy, a young kid just out of college, very smart, very very focused on the issues that Park and Rec is involved with. I think would be good.
And you're recommending Carol would be the voting member.
That's my recommendation.
Okay.
I mean, the other
I could
thing-
support
I'm with
that.
you absolutely on both counts.
Okay. John, you?
I know, I am for Rory to be the full-fledged member
Mhm.
and Carol to be the associate member.
Yeah.
And by the way, I have a question to ask, because we do have an associate member on the Park and Rec Commission, and that's Jason Rabat. Is he still serving?
I understand, yes. We had two before. There was another associate member, Declan Ross, who I understand actually came onto staff. And so we didn't reappoint an associate member because it's not necessarily required.
Okay.
Okay. So I'd like to move Carol Cara as a voting member and Roy Hollowell as associate member of the Park and Rec Commission.
Second.
Is there time for discussion?
Sure. It's only 11.
Well, I have enormous respect for
11
Carol.
too.
And I have heard people, in the discussions of our appointment, bring up, demographic issues in terms of the representativeness of the commission. And this is a Park and Rec Commission, which deals with many, many, many programs for people in all age groups. And yet we already have a majority on the commission of people who are in their 60s or 70s. And I would like to see us deal with that. We don't have anyone in their 20s. I don't believe we have anyone in their 30s. I could go back, maybe one in their 30s, one in their 40s, one in their 50s, two in their 60s, two in their 70s. With this appointment, we would now have 5 of the members of the commission being 60, 70, or 80.
No, I think that's an important consideration, but, Roy would be there, not as a voting member, but as a participating member, and I think that's important.
David.
I'm sorry, David?
I completely agree with John. We talk about having diversity, not just racial, but in terms of age on our various boards and commissions. And here we have one that clearly is leaning towards seniors, which is fine. I want senior representation, but the board already has that. And this is a board, and parks also serve a lot of youth. And we had the Youth Commission warrant article presented to us not too long ago, and there's further work that needed to be done there. But my point is that we need to be incorporating our younger generations more. And here's an opportunity to have a voting member, someone who grew up in town, who has a lot of relevant experience with parks, had a lot of exciting ideas that he shared, clearly had a lot of enthusiasm. And for me to say that he should be a non-voting member when we already have seniors very well represented I think that wouldn't really be a just result here. And that's not any disrespect to Carol Caro, who's contributed to this town quite a bit. She serves on the Council for Aging, and she has a lot of other assignments already. So I think it would be more appropriate to reverse this, as John is suggesting.
So I disagree. And the reason why is the entire Park and Rec is centered around children and youth. Almost the entire programming is geared towards youth. I have children. I know this, and I think just because you have someone of a certain age doesn't mean that they're representing that. And I think what Carol brings is a lived perspective about aging in place, about trying to use our parks, to try to use the paths. And, she spoke very specifically about these issues. And I think it's something that we need more of. 20%, more than 20% of our population are seniors. And it's growing. And the vast majority of our budget goes to children. It doesn't go to seniors. The seniors get a pittance, 1/4% of our budget. So we are way out of balance on representation, certainly financially. And just because you get some people who have time on their hands so they can participate in boards and commissions, doesn't mean that they're bringing the issues that are important to seniors to the forefront. And I think that's what Carol will do. I'm happy to support Rory as an associate member. And in the future, if a spot opens up, perhaps that'll be the right time for him. But I think right now we need clear vision and guidance for seniors with Park and Rec.
Yeah, I agree with Paul. Every committee in our town is comprised primarily of seniors, right? Because
Including this one.
right, including this one, because the people who are active in town are people who have time to volunteer for work. That doesn't mean that they're really thinking about senior issues at the level that we really need it on our committees. And because of Carol's long history working on senior issues and just her commitment in general, I think she would be qualitatively different than someone like me who's also old. Okay. So, and I think we shouldn't minimize the impact that Rory can have as an associate member.
So I think it's important to say that you're right, John, there are members in their 60s and 70s on the commission. It doesn't necessarily mean that they think in terms of what seniors are mostly interested in. As I said, I'm 81 now, as of today. That's not my first thought is what about seniors? That's much more Paul brings that to the table, to this particular table.
I mean, no, I hope we're not seriously arguing that a committee that has 5 out of 7 of its members, 60, 70, or 80 years old, is in danger of underrepresenting seniors. I mean,
No, that's not what I'm
and may I
suggesting.
point out something too? I am the liaison to the Council on Aging.
Yeah.
It's the only one of the committees that I liaison to or that I'm familiar with that at every single meeting, they have a section of the meeting devoted to a report from the staff of the Recreation Commission on recreation programs for senior citizens. We go out of our way to represent senior citizens in recreation programs. And they, for the most part, I think are quite satisfied with the programs they're getting and should be. Carol gave a, extraordinary interview. There's no one I think more highly of, but this commission could use some young blood. And to make that a tokenistic position without a vote, so that we can add a 5th member, in the senior age range out of 7 members of the commission, just, I don't know.
Well, if you think it's offensive to appoint him as an associate member, then let's not appoint him as an associate member. We'll just appoint.
No, it's missing the point. He has something to bring that not a single member of the commission currently brings.
We have crossed a red line. It's past 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Well, we have.
I've missed the news. Maybe I can get the late show.
Uh,
Okay, why don't we just vote on this? Yeah, I move Carol as the voting member and Roy Hollowell as the associate member. All in favor? And if that fails, we'll then go and the other way. On favor, John?
Voting no, and I would vote if we get a chance to, for Rory to be the full-time member and, or excuse me, the voting member and
Right.
Carol to be the associate member.
Okay. Mike,
Aye.
Paul,
Aye.
David?
No, same position as John.
Okay, chair votes aye. Okay. I agree with you on some things and not on others.
Are we really not meeting next week?
Yes.
How can we take a week off with so much to do?
Gotta- We also have to have,
So adding.
right.
Yeah.
I think the other thing is
Sorry.
there's got to be time for people to catch up with
Oh,
what it is.
That's fine.
It's going to take more than a week for planning to come back.
Oh, okay.
Can we
I apologize.
down?